then the Amoako LA Middle School. I left from there to go to a Chieftaincy Secondary School, and from there to the Institute of Professional Studies in Accra, then to the Northeast London Polytechnic, and ended up at the M.A. Wolf College of Accountancy, where I obtained a certificate of the Association of Certified Chartered Accountants in the United Kingdom in 1978. I subsequently became a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Ghana. So professionally, from 78 to 1986, I worked for Paneke Foster, which is an international chartered accounting firm. By the time I resigned in 1986, having joined them in 1978, I was a resident partner of the firm in Liberia. I came back to Ghana in 1986 and was head of audit at the Social Security and National Insurance Trust for about a year. Moved from there to the Electricity Company of Ghana, where I served initially as a director of audit for about a year and a half, and then moved to become the director of finance of the Electricity Company of Ghana from 1989 to 1995. From 1996 to 2000, I did operate an accounting firm called Kan-Dapaah and Associates. Politically, Honorable Chairman, I became a member of Parliament for Ministerial West in 1997 and stayed in Parliament for 4 terms up to 2012. From 2001 and 2008, while I was a member of Parliament, I was made the Minister of State in President Kufuor's administration. I served at various times as the Minister for Energy, Minister for Communication, Minister for the Interior, and then Minister for Defense. During the 16-year period also that I was in Parliament, Honorable Chairman, honorable members, I served on various parliamentary committees, notably the Mines and Energy Committee and the Employment, Social Welfare and State Enterprises Committee between 1997 and 2000. Between 2001 and 2004, I was a member of the Privileges Committee and also the Foreign Affairs Committee. 2005 to 2008, a member of the Rules and Transport Committee and also the Special Budget Committee. 2009-2012, I was the Defense and Interior Committee member and also the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee.
Chairman, if I can indulge you just there because of our new attitude to CV, if I can just bring you back to page 3 and 4, and I hope that, Chairman, I have your indulgence, 1997 to 2012, probably January 2012. And then when you say 2001 to 2008, Minister nominee for National Security, I'm not sure it is for our committee to disaggregate your roles and the time period. So you must indicate to us, Minister of State, Minister of Energy, which period to what period, Minister of Communication, which period to what period. But if you just lump it up, 2008 and 2008, 2001 to 2008, that puts us in some difficulty. And Chairman, the same attitude to ranking parliamentary committees. 1997, you probably started January 7th of a particular period and ended January 7th into the other year. Your mandate certainly could not have ended on January 2000, but 2001. Same for the period 2001 to 2004, and consequentially on all the committees that you have served. You probably can just give the chairman the authority to fine-tune those portions of your CV as you proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you're right, and I think I will do that. The first one, 1997-2012, I just wanted to say that I was a member of Parliament from 1997, January 1997 to January 2013. The 2001-2008, when I served as ministers, I think it will be useful to indicate what periods I was the Minister for Energy, Communication, and so on and so forth. I certainly will do that for you, Honorable Chairman. I think, Honorable Chairman, I probably can only add that I've held some leadership positions before. I have been the president of the Ghana Institute of Chartered Accountants in 1996, and I also have been the vice president of the Association of Accountancy Bodies in West Africa, again in 1996. I do hold the fellowship of the Association of Certified Chartered Accountants, but I have indicated that I have stopped paying my dues, it not being very relevant to me again. But I still continue to be a member of the Ghana Institute of Chartered Accountants, and a couple of years ago, the University of Professional Studies did give me an honorary doctorate degree. So, Honorable Chairman, that is about myself.
Chairman, if I still have your indulgence, page 5. Do I assume, Minister, that you serve on the National Security Council under Article 83 of the Constitution when you say boards and councils? That we should add on the National Security Council.
I mean, for the past 4 years.
Whatever period in your life, because I assume that when you are Minister for Defense and Interior, you probably served in those roles. But I see boards and councils. I haven't seen the National Security Council.
To tell you the truth, I left that one out, and I was thinking of my service on the National Security Council over the past 4 years. You know, the Constitution did not list the Minister of National Security to be a member of the National Security Council. So I go there as an observer.
Are you suggesting you are sitting in as an illegal person at the pleasure of the President?
I go there as an observer. And the President,
okay, Chairman is in control.
Right.
Yes, Eric, yes.
The Constitution provides that there may be other ministers determined by the President. So his sitting there may not be illegal. Once the President permits that he becomes part of it, it's legal. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister, so you confirm that you sat on the committee the period you were Minister for Defense?
Yes, and Chairman, if I still have the opportunity, the Honorable Kan-Dapaah is also call him a repeat or recycled or renewed minister at the Ministry of National Security. He comes to that job with that rich background, having been Ghana's Minister for Defense and Interior. So what is the state of our national security with COVID and with all the terrorism threats in the country?
The convention is that security ministers are in camera, and we have this. I'm drawing his attention.
Please, you have been asked a question. Leadership have some privileges, and the minority leader often takes his privilege very seriously. So, yes, Honorable Minister, please. Honorable Member, we are doing this as a public hearing. If there's any matter brought up I consider will be inappropriate, I will disallow it. But this is a public hearing. Yes.
So, yes, Mr. Honorable Chairman, we started with COVID, and let me say that COVID has its own very peculiar security challenges, which we're having to deal with, continues to be a problem, and we will have to be dealing with it for as long as we have the COVID, the challenges that it has on our finances as a nation, and therefore the effect on other sectors that we would have spent these monies on, loss of lives. A whole lot of challenges do come with COVID. People are unable to go to work. When there's a lockdown, it comes with a lot of security challenges. So it's a whole area of itself, challenges that are posed to national security as a result of the COVID. You remember the problems that we had when we went on the first lockdown, the difficulty of getting food for our people. All these were challenges. We also continue to have the normal security challenges. Crime continues to be a problem. Illegal mining is a problem. Drug and human trafficking. We have a lot of chieftaincy problems. The borders continue to be porous, and we have transnational crimes. We also do have some emerging crimes such as cybercrime and terrorism. But to a large extent, I think we are managing them fairly well. And if you ask me, the security situation in the country today, I would say it's stable.
Chairman and colleagues, I'll yield the floor shortly. How ready is Ghana for a cyber attack? What preparedness, what readiness in terms of IT infrastructure have you deployed? The Ghana Armed Forces have no IT technology. The police service is relying on some 1 or 2 rooms technology. How ready are we for an attack that may be cyber related?
Cybercrime is not fairly new, but it wasn't what we considered in our country as a major security threat. But in recent times, it's become one of the real major security challenges and threats that we have, and we are aware that we must find a way to respond to it. Otherwise, we will find ourselves in some hot waters. Already, it is doing quite some harm and damage in our country. But if you go to some of the institutions, you will find that we need to be properly resourced. We need to have the proper human resources to be able to attend to the challenges there. We did study the whole problem holistically and came to the conclusion that within the country, if there is one institution that is better placed, that is well prepared, that is well resourced to take care of our cyber security challenges, it probably is the Ministry of Communication. And over the past few years, you would have noticed that we have been citing our cyber security architecture at the Ministry of Communication. We still believe that it is important for the national security to acquire the expertise, the other security agencies to acquire the expertise. And just before the end of last year, we considered setting up a task force on the digitalization of the security and intelligence agencies. We were not able to put it in place, but we hope that this year we will be able to do that. That will mark the start of very serious preparation and efforts to have the capacity that is needed in the area of cybersecurity within the intelligence agencies and the other security agencies. But for now, we want to take comfort from the expertise that is readily available at the Ministry of Communication.
Chairman and colleagues, as I've said, I'm just warming up the minister. I observed that in the public domain, There's too much visibility of armed soldiers with weapons and guns everywhere, some following chief executives, others even ministers. Is it a government policy to deploy the Ghana Armed Forces instead of the Ghana Police Service, which is responsible for civil order in the country? What explains that?
This is a decision that is normally taken by the security agencies. For instance, when we do have a report that a particular individual has a problem and that people are after his life, we think there is a danger, we come in to provide support. We do not only give it to ministers and to other high-profile members of society. I do know of some people, in fact, I do know of a journalist that we continue to provide security cover and security support to. It is our responsibility to ensure that the lives of the people of this country, whatever their status, are protected, and whenever it becomes necessary, we try to do.
Chairman, is appreciated, but Minister, my question, is that a vote of no confidence on the Ghana Police Service established by law to maintain law and order? Nobody has a problem with the police maintaining public peace and order. But if we so see soldiers everywhere, growing up as a young person, let me go back to your rural village there, Masibuama. Are you comfortable with saw soldiers around with guns everywhere as we are seeing them in town?
Anywhere you have seen soldiers having to protect a particular individual, it is because in our assessment, the assessment of the security experts, there is the need for such support to be given to that particular person.
And I'm saying you cannot do so with the police.
At times you have to use certain equipment which will not be readily available, say, to the police.
Are you suggesting that the Ghana Police Service is not up to the task?
I mean, clearly the Ghana Police Service and the other security agencies have, in terms of equipment, in terms of men, they've never had the full complement of what it takes to provide the most effective policing in the country.
So Chairman, I'll just end here with a reference to the Constitution for the nominee to share his view. One of the very respected members of the Public Accounts Committee of Parliament, and you know that the Office of the Auditor General remains an ally of Parliament to combat corruption and to deal with matters of misappropriation, misapplication, and others. There's an interesting Supreme Court ruling which mandates the Auditor General to be able to search ahead of Parliament reviewing the report. And Chairman, with your indulgence, I quote, and Minister nominee, if you have the Constitution, the Article 187, there shall be an Auditor General. You are more familiar with it than any other person. Then it states in 5, the Auditor General shall within 6 months after the end of the immediately preceding financial year to which each of the accounts mentioned in clause 2 of this article relate, submit his report to Parliament and shall in that report draw attention to any irregularities in the accounts audited and to any other matter which in his opinion ought to be brought to the notice of Parliament. Now, if the Supreme Court says that the Auditor General can proceed even without Parliament acting as constitutionally required of us, as a professional accountant, do you see anything wrong marrying the two positions together?
I think it's a very, very serious situation. And let me say that when I make comment on this, I comment as a senior member of the Ghana Institute of Chartered Accountants and as a person who has taught at a very, very high level. I've been the key lecturer on the Masters in Auditing course at one of our universities. I certainly do know what I'm talking about because I also used to be the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. I must say that I was really sad when I heard of that decision by the Supreme Court. I want to believe, with all due respect, that it is totally wrong. And I have said to some of my colleagues in Parliament that you must find a way to fight it. Honorable Chairman, I say this because the Ghana Public Financial Management System is modeled along what we call the Westminster system, which revolves around the budget cycle. The budget cycle are in 4 phases. The first phase where the budget is prepared, the second phase where the budget comes to Parliament for Parliament to approve the budget before the government takes it to the third stage to implement it, and then the Constitution says, at the end of it all, we want an independent person. Call him the Auditor General. In some places, they will even call him the Parliament's Auditor. We want the Parliament's Auditor working for and on behalf of Parliament to go through the accounts of the executive branch and confirm to Parliament whether monies have been spent in accordance with the budget that Parliament approved, and whether in so doing, government has also followed the financial laws and regulations that Parliament has approved. This is the job that the Auditor General does. The Auditor General does this job on behalf of Parliament. It is Parliament that employs him to do that. The practice has been for the Auditor General to then bring his report to Parliament. In fact, it is said in auditing that the work of the Auditor General is not conclusive until Parliament would have ratified the report. It is therefore totally wrong for the Auditor General to go ahead to disallow and surcharge when the institution that employed him to do that audit has not even seen the audit report. It is only Parliament that can say that, yes, your report is okay, and therefore this man should be surcharged. The Auditor General can disqualify and tell us, but the decision whether to actually disqualify it or not must be a decision of Parliament. Mr. Chairman, with the current position, there is no need for the Public Accounts Committee. The Auditor General goes ahead to punish people. If you have a good Auditor General, you thank your God. But let's wait until we get a bad Auditor General with these powers given to him. Everybody will be in serious trouble. So I continue to urge Parliament to take a serious look at that matter and make sure that it is reversed.
Very well. Yes, Reverend.
Indeed, Honorable Chairman, if I could just indulge me, I've always given the example of an audit. Say I have a company, Kan-Dapaah Limited, and I employ some auditors to come and audit it for me. The company belongs to me, I'm the chairman, but I'm old, and my son is managing it. At the end of the year, I get an auditor to come and do the audit for me. The auditor finds that my son has misappropriated some money. Without bringing the report to me, he takes my son to court and he is jailed. Obviously, that is wrong. I employed him. If he has any report, it must come to me. Then I will empower him to do what he wants. And I have a very, very strong view on this. I believe Parliament should take it up.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Member for. He has. I thought Reverend has withdrawn. Oh? Well, when I give you, you put your hand down. So very well. Kindly wait. Yes, Reverend.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity, and congratulations, Honorable Minister nominee. Given your over 43 years of both private and public practice as a venerable public servant, and rightly so, the appropriateness of your credentials and previous positions you've held in very sensitive areas, I must congratulate you once again. To my question, Parliament over the years, over the past 4 years, has approved some substantial amounts to the various security agencies, and subsequently we've seen the deployment of logistics and resources to the various security agencies in our efforts of retooling the national security apparatus. But the observation has been inequitable deployment of such resources that have already been procured and resources expended on to the various locations, and in particular, the locations that do suffer are the areas in deprived locations. What would you do when you get a nod to rectify this anomaly?
Honorable Chairman, the difficulty has always been that in previous years, and we're not talking about during the NDC time, during the NPP time, during the CPP time, the truth of the matter is that the security and intelligence agencies have never been given the right amount of money for them to be able to do their work. Understandably so. When you do have insufficient resources, as we have in these developing countries, there is always the challenge of whether money is wisely spent on education, on health, and most times it is considered that as for well, if you don't have money to buy chalk, why do you want to get money to go and buy guns? Why do you want to get money to go and buy equipment for the police and the and say the armed forces? And for many years, we've been able to live with this. We've not made sufficient provision. We've not given them sufficient monies. But somehow, we've been able to have safe, secure, stable countries. Things are changing. And we believe that it is important for us to find for the security and intelligence agencies monies that they need to be able to do their work. Most importantly, Honorable Chairman, there is the need for us to leverage technology in the way that we do our work. And this is something that that needs lots of money, and something that we should be able to get governments to get their minds to it. I must say that over the past 4 years that I've been in office, I've been able to convince cabinet to a very, very large extent to devote substantial amounts of monies to the security and intelligence agencies, and we will continue to do that. Honorable Chairman, when we first came 4 years ago, and again, don't blame any government, the threat of terrorism from outside was real. Everybody knew it did exist. But it wasn't as threatening, as dangerous as it has been over the past few years. We need to be able to have the resources, equipment, men, all that it takes to ensure that we can keep these terrorists at bay. It requires money, it requires prioritization, and we will continue to urge government to do that for us. Honorable Chairman, the honourable member is right. You go to some villages, some districts in our country, and you find that you hardly can find any policeman there to do the policing work. In actual fact, it is possible that you can find some districts where they don't have more than 2 police stations, and yet it covers a whole wide area, and the police should be able to move around. Policing, Honorable Chairman, requires mobility, so they should have, at least, at the very least, they should have vehicles. You will find that in most cases, they don't even have the vehicles. At times, they don't even have the weapons to do the policing work. So, I'm happy because there is the realization within government that there is the need to do something about it. And I think going by what we've been able to achieve over the past couple of years, that is the monies allocated to us, I think sooner or later we will be able to get to the point where we are able to provide real policing to our people wherever they are in the country.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Honorable Nominee, in your submission just a while ago, you indicated terrorism as a major threat, security threat. Of course, in West Africa and the Sahel sub-region, this is a notable security challenge. Other experts have also outlined other notable security threats to do with illegal exploitation of natural resources and conflicts between nomadic herdsmen and farmers, and maritime piracy and such other notable security threats. To what extent are threats emanating from these challenges interlinked, and what is the resilience of our national security apparatus to contain?
Yes, they are interlinked. Yes, they are all very, very dangerous. I may not want to mention specific names, but there is the case of this sister country, one of our neighbors. When we took over, or when I became the Minister for National Security about 4 years ago, the terrorists had taken over some 8% of that country. So many years later, 3 years later, as we speak, the terrorists occupy over 75 to 80% of that country. That is the nature of the threat that faces us, and that is what can happen to us if we do not get the resources, if we do not plan properly to fight to keep them off. So, yes, the dangers are there. Remember, there was a time when we thought terrorism was all about some terrorists coming into our country, going into a hotel where the expatriates are and bombing here and there. No, today it's much more than that. They are not coming to come. They are not going to come as an invading force with guns shooting here and there. They have a way of sneaking into our country, penetrating into our country, and causing a lot of harm. And it is not just the terrorists coming in. There's the problem with piracy. The area, Gulf of Guinea, used to be a very, very safe area. Over the past 2 years, it's been the worst area in terms of piracy crimes all over the world. So that also is a major danger. These are all interlinked, and Honorable Chairman, I may probably add that it was because of the serious challenges that we've been having that the ministry and government came up with a national framework for preventing and countering violent extremism and terrorism in Ghana, which is guiding us in how we respond to these challenges. And probably it would not be proper if I do not recognize the role that was played by the Defense and Interior Committee of Parliament in the preparation of this document, and also the support that we got from leading security experts who have served as security gurus within the NDC before. So now we do have a document that has contribution from people who really matter, and we do have this belief that it is capable of doing the work. So the framework is there, and as much as possible, we try to have it implemented.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Gaga.
Thank you.
That's all. Yeah, Honorable Nominee, allow me to congratulate you for the good works you have done for the ministry in the past 4 years when you served as minister. But I have a few questions to ask you. Before I do that, I'd like to refer you to Section 24F of the new Security and Intelligence Agencies Act 2020. You spearheaded the passage of this law, and the provision states as follows. And I'm talking about the functions of the Minister for National Security. That the Minister shall ensure that all activities of the national security apparatus are carried out in compliance with domestic and international laws, unquote. Now, in the period leading up to the expiration of the life of the 7th Parliament of our 4th Republic, we noticed the massive deployment of the military and police within the precincts of Parliament, to the discomfort of many well-meaning Ghanaians, including our own minority leader, who promptly issued a press release in condemnation of the massive deployment of the security apparatus within our precincts. Now, subsequent to the deployment, on the 7th of January, a group of soldiers armed to the teeth in the company of some elements from the Greater Accra Regional Command had the audacity to storm the parliamentary chamber when the House had actually convened to elect the Speaker of Parliament. My question is, I know at the time your tenure as minister had determined, but the technical staff, the coordinator, and all other officers were at post. What briefings did you subsequently get with respect to the deployment? Who authorized the deployment of the troops in the parliamentary chamber?
Well, Honorable Chairman, I couldn't agree more with you. I mean, it's obviously a strange thing when you have soldiers going into a parliamentary chamber for whatever reason. When I saw it, I was also alarmed. My colleagues were equally alarmed. All of us in government were alarmed that something like that had happened. So I did take the trouble to find out how it happened. I remember, it was that simple. Somebody, a commander, in his opinion, thought that things were getting out of hand in the chamber and that they needed to go there to try to restore order. I posed the question, to restore what order? Did you think your presence there was going to frighten the members of Parliament? No. You were not going to be able to frighten them. Were you going to arrest them? No. You couldn't have arrested anybody there. So I asked, why? What was the motivation for you to have gone there? I can only say that this is something that should not have happened. I'm happy that, yes, they did come there. It was as bad as you say, but no harm was really caused to any member of Parliament. And let me agree with you that going forward, this is not something that we should encourage, and we hope that it doesn't happen again.
A follow-up question. Honorable nominee, given the magnitude of the problem, the fact that Parliament is the fulcrum around which our democratic dispensation revolves, and the fact that at the point in time when the said commander decided to storm the chamber, would you recommend, as a minister, if you're given the nod responsible for national security, that the said officer be sanctioned to serve as a deterrent to like-minded officers in the future in the name of preserving our democracy?
I do know, Honourable Member, as the government, the present representative at the Ministry for National Security, that yes, the CDS has been asked to investigate the matter and to take the appropriate action if he also comes by the conclusion that what was done was totally unprofessional. So it's not that we will do something if we come back to power, or if I get a nod. I know that orders have already been given for the CDS to take appropriate action. And I agree with you, nobody should underestimate the significance of what happened.
Chairman Miles, were there time limits given for this investigation, Minister nominee?
I really need to find out whether the report of the investigation has already come out already or not. You know, it wouldn't normally come through me. This is something that will come through the Minister of Defense. I'm not aware whether the report is out.
Yes, Chief.
Chairman, thank you very much. Just bear with me, just a follow-up on the same question. Mr. Nominee, I commend you for the frank answers given to that particular question. But I was at the scene, you know, and for what we saw, just to recall a few things that happened. I saw the marshal, you know, on the floor, practically on the floor, helpless. What?
We allow the minister to flow. Investigations will go. We'll get the opportunity to say what we have to say at the investigation. It's enough. You will have your way, your own. You have your own. Yes, Honorable Agaga, continue.
Thank you, Honorable Nominee. My next question has to do with the botched operation by the SWAT team from your former ministry during the conduct of the Ayawaso West Wuogon by-election, which then became the subject matter for an inquiry led by the Venerable Justice Emil Short. Now, the Emil Short Commission of Inquiry actually came out with a very comprehensive report, and at page, or let me say paragraph 2.7, the Commission of Inquiry actually recommended that the SWAT team at your former ministry be disbanded. I am aware that subsequent to the release of this report, government's white paper jettisoned this very recommendation. But given where you are coming from, having once served as the minister responsible for the interior defense, you have vast experience. And in the face of your previous mandate as minister responsible for national security, with the authority to coordinate the intelligence, the affairs of the intelligence agencies of our state and the security agencies as a whole, you still believe that it is necessary to have such an operational unit at your ministry, notwithstanding the fact that government's white paper says otherwise?
Honorable Chairman, the honorable member is trying to get so many things into one statement, and I don't know where to start from. But let me say about this incident, well, because I believe honorable members are keen to know about what happened at Ayawaso Wuogon during the by-election. I suppose that is what you are referring to. If that is the case, Honorable Chairman, let me say that that was a very, very unfortunate incident. Very unfortunate incident coming on the heels of by-election violence at Etiwa, at Tripoli, at Galamsey constituencies. We've had experienced such things, and we thought it was not going to happen in Ghana again, that we had seen how bad it could be, and at Galamsey, it was going to end it all. So when this one came up, everybody was alarmed. Everybody was concerned. And I think it is fair to say that the president demonstrated his personal concern and the concern of the government and also the concerns of the general public, because that there was a cry from the general public that something be done. Also, the president demonstrated his personal commitment, that of the government, and did set up the committee made up of very, very eminent people, Justice Emil Short, Professor Henrietta Mensah Bonsu, who now serves on the Supreme Court, and a former IGP. I think it was appropriate that he did that. You did talk about we jettisoning the report that came out of it. Well, that needs to be explained, because the government white paper, Honorable Chairman, made it very clear. The government white paper did say why it was unable to accept all the recommendations. The government white paper accepted a number of the recommendations, but did say that they were unable, the government was unable to accept all the recommendations for some two fundamental reasons. The first one, Honorable Chairman, was that if you look at the terms of reference given to the committee, the first item, item A, was that they were to make a full, faithful, and impartial inquiry into the circumstances of and establish the facts leading to the events and associated violence that occurred during the Ayawaso West Wuogon by-election. When you go through the report, you do not have any, you don't find anywhere where they respond to the first demand of the Commission of Inquiry, which was that they should do this. The government said, because of this fundamental issue, we are unable to accept the report in its entirety. There was a second fundamental reason. You see, they were assuming, when you read through the report, that the so-called SWAT team that went there was an election security unit or force. It was not the SWAT that was responsible for election security during that by-election. It has always been the responsibility of the IGP. And in fact, the Electoral Commissioner, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, did testify that there was not one single polling station where this team, which has come to be known as the SWAT team, was sort of policing the polling station. And yet, if you read through the report, it's like the SWAT team, which comes from nowhere, from the Minister of National Security, they say, had taken over that responsibility. You know, because of this fundamental misunderstanding, which was clear in the report, the government did say that they were unable to accept all the recommendations. Even then, most of the recommendations were accepted, and we are working on those recommendations.
I think my last question, all right, three more. Okay. Honorable nominee, what is your idea about fusion centers? I am aware about the existence of the Counter-Terrorism Fusion Center, the Maritime Security Fusion Center. These operate independent of one another and within the security architecture under your watch. Do you think it would be prudent to have a centralized fusion center that will help coordinate security operations rather than have them exist in splinter groups as we have now?
Honorable Chairman, we ourselves have been thinking about this. We believe we may well get there. But I'll tell you why that happened and why we have the fusion centers in the first place. Honorable Chairman, the nature of the fight against violent extremism and terrorism is that we have teams, units within the Ghana Armed Forces, anti-terrorism unit. We have a similar unit within the police force. We have a similar unit within the immigration service. And we have similar units within the intelligence agencies. We realized somewhere along the line that they were not talking to each other. They were going for the same training sessions, but essentially, nobody was coordinating the Air Force. Therefore, we said, why don't we get a fusion center which will then link all the Air Force being made by various security and intelligence agencies. A very good idea, discussed with the Parliamentary committee at the time, and they felt it was a good idea. What the honorable member is saying is that we had also seen similar challenges in the maritime area. And again, the problem was the same. We were having to fight it from so many different agencies, and we thought if we had a fusion center for the maritime challenges, that will also be good. His question, which I can comfortably live with, because I believe that is where we may well have to end, is that why have two fusion centers? Why don't you put the two together and have a single fusion center? We do not think today that we've reached there. We want the two fusion centers to mature, to be seen to be doing quite well, then we can think of putting them together. But it does make sense for us to put them together at some point in time.
No, the other one was a supplementary. No, a follow-up. So this will be my last, Mr. Speaker. No. Oh, Mr. Speaker. Oh.
Bukote.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Minister-Designate for National Security, congratulations once again on your re-nomination by Mr. President in his second term to be the National Security Minister. Honorable Minister, before I ask my substantive question, permit me to do this rather on national TV than perhaps do it in your office. Having come from the Minister of the Interior and having worked with you and under your able mentorship and guidance in the last 8 months or so, I want to thank you for the good leadership you provided me whilst I was there. I must say that through this leadership, you have unearthed a hidden talent in me to be able to stand firm and say that indeed you have taught me something in security. On behalf of my constituents and my good self, I thank you very much for that leadership. And I also want to say that because of this, I want to use you as my referee.
Honourable member, that is a private matter. I've taken my time from you. You're not asking any question of the person you're praising so highly, so kindly lend it here.
No, I'm answering the question now, please.
Really?
Yes.
After all this praise?
Yes, preliminary.
Very well.
Honourable Minister, one of the goals that Mr. President set, amongst others, when he took office, was to resolve the almighty backbone crisis. And by the grace of God, through extensive consultations, and you playing a very significant role, today, backbone has seen peace. Mr. Minister, when you are eventually given the nod, there are other chieftaincy issues across the country in other regions. I would not necessarily mention the other regions. But with a rich experience and how you were able to resolve the matter in Gabon, would you consider using same, though the circumstances may not be the same, to try and resolve other chieftaincy issues?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. And I've always found it necessary to explain this. Gabon meant so much to the president. Probably you wouldn't normally associate the national security with it, but the president did have an occasion to call me and the Minister for Chieftaincy Affairs and did give us a blueprint. He said that this is a promise that I made to the people of Ghana, and I just want the two of you to come together to work to achieve peace there. Fortunately, we had friends, including the Honorable Minority Leader, who gave us some tutorials here and there. And there was this determination among the people of Gabon themselves to try to bring this to an end. So it was very much the effort of His Excellency, the President. I only did the legwork, and also the efforts of the people of Gabon that has brought us here. And Honorable Chairman, as you are probably aware, now we do see real peace, and it's always a pleasure when we go back to Gabon. Let me also add, Honorable Chairman, that one of the most significant security challenges, domestic security challenges that we have in our country is chieftaincy. Honorable Chairman, every day, the security reports that I get on my desk every evening, you could say about 40–50% relate to chieftaincy matters. Chieftaincy means a lot to many people in Ghana. It doesn't matter what tribe. And I think given the experience that the national security has had, we believe that we should continue to work closely with the chieftaincy ministry and to try to find solution to chieftaincy matters in other places in the country. A very tough process. At times, you are not, people don't trust that you've come with open hands to try to find an open solution. All sort of things are said. But I believe, Honourable Member, that it is important that the national security apparatus helps the Ministry of Chieftaincy to try to address some of these chieftaincy issues. As I said, most of them are very, very difficult ones, but we should forge ahead and try to do it. I look forward, if given the nod, to engage myself more in trying to find solutions to these chieftaincy matters.
Honorable Minister nominee, you were very instrumental a few months ago in passing the Security and Intelligence Agencies Act. Honorable Minister, hitherto the National Security Secretariat, as it was known, used to have a lot of, in fact, when you drive past by, you can feel the fear in your spine. You are in the act. You have also managed to demystify the otherwise known as BNI, now NIB. Honorable Minister nominee, you have been a seasoned member of Parliament. Now, moving from the Secretariat to a ministry, you would agree with me that now you have to come before Parliament from time to time to account for the ministries or your stewardship in the ministry. Again, I am aware that under your able leadership, you have extended, as it were, an invitation to other stakeholders in the security architecture by way of even inviting previous security gurus in the previous administration to make inputs in decision making. How would you want hitherto known as National Security Secretariat, now Ministry of National Security, to operate as a ministry?
Honourable Chairman, For many years, we did have the National Security Secretariat, and there was a law that supported it. Over the years, 2 attempts had been made to try to move it from a secretariat to a ministry. And Honorable Chairman will probably remember that the Honorable Tutubi Kwache did become the Minister for National Security before, in addition to being the coordinator. And you will also remember that the Honorable Francis Puku also was made a minister. But in all those cases, the governments at the time did not go ahead to replace the National Service Secretariat with a ministry that is legislating to that effect. What we have done this year, when over the past 4 years, when the president took the decision that he wanted a ministry to run the secretariat, is that we have come up with a law that has now transferred all the powers under the secretariat to the ministry. And what was at the back of the mind of the president was that way the institution, the intelligence agencies, become more accountable, in that as a minister you will be called upon to go to Parliament as and when necessary to respond to questions, which is something that you wouldn't be able to do if you have just the coordinator. So I think it's been a worthwhile achievement. And again, I'm not just trying to be clever here, Honorable Chairman, but let me say that I must congratulate members of Parliament for the support that they gave, the input that they gave. The Honorable Agalga will probably agree that he was very much involved in every single page and every single sentence, in the process even taking out some of the things that I thought were so important. But it was done in a manner that I think calls for congratulation. And not only that, not only the Parliamentary Committee, we did have some very, very experienced security experts who had served for the NDC in the past, also giving us technical direction and guidance. We do now have a law which we think can stand the test of the time and which will make the ministry accountable to Parliament and therefore to the people of Ghana. We are aware of efforts being made for this August House also to have a special committee on intelligence, members of whom would have taken the oath of secrecy, and as a result, we will be able to share with them very, very confidential intelligence reports and other security reports. Our association with the committee in the past has proved very useful, and I'm excited that we are now going to have that committee, which we will be able to work with even more closely. Finally, Honorable Chairman, let me say that we must see the intelligence agencies, the security agencies, as being part of us. We're trying to provide a service. It is not right when the mention of the name sends fear into the spines of people. And I want to say that one of the things I have worked very hard on during the period that I've been here is to try to demystify all these stories about national security. And I think Parliament should continue to insist that we remain very transparent, more accountable to the people, without losing sight of the very, very essential work that we have to do and the secrecy that must go with it.
Yes. Arukuboko.
I still have follow-up questions, so I'll come to it when the leader rises.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the nominee in 2017 appeared before the appointment committee and indicated to us that the Ministry of National Security, under his watch, if given the nod, will focus on security-related issues like illegal mining and post-election violence. I remember vividly how he emphasized on illegal mining and post-election violence. I would like to take you on illegal mining. Few months after your appointment, the government set up an anti-Galamsey task force, popularly known as Operation Vanguard. The task force seized some items, including excavators. Can you share with the committee the number of excavators seized, the number of the seized excavators that disappeared, and the results of the efforts you made towards retrieving those excavators?
Yes, Honourable Minister, first of all, are you aware that any excavators disappeared?
Mr. Chairman, there has been that allegation, but let me put it this way, because a lot of things have been said about the anti-Galamsey efforts of this government and whether it has been successful or not. Honourable Chairman, you will recall that the President was so bold as to say that even if it would cause his defeat in an election, he will still go ahead and stop this degradation of the forest and the environment and all the problems that went with it. And we did make quite an effort to try to solve it, including the committee that he has just referred to. I still want to believe that we did achieve quite a lot of success, but at the same time, the problem continues to be there. It's not fully resolved, which means that we have a lot to do in that area. And I can assure the honourable member that it's not just a question of whether the government wants to do it. In the interest of Ghana, we must stop this thing. We need to be able to stop the attack on the forests, the damage we're doing to the river bodies and the rivers in this country. It is simply not sustainable, and we need to find a way to stop it. Honourable Chairman, we must also recognize that it's a very difficult area. In some parts of Ghana, these, what you call Galamsey activities, have gone on for years. In some places, over 100 years. Except that they were not as destructive as they are now. So to say that you just ban Galamsey activities wholesale like that, you are obviously going to have a problem. At the same time, you cannot allow the mess that we were witnessing to go on without any action. So I think government was right in taking all those bold actions that we took. I think we did have a lot of success. I think it has become clear that we still have a lot to do. This effort at community mining that we are instituting, I hope, can help to solve the problem. And yes, there has also been this reports that there were some excavators that have not been accounted for. Honourable Chairman, as you can imagine, government is interested in knowing the truth, and all necessary investigations are going on for us to be able to know what the truth is. And I think at the appropriate time, Ghanaians will be advised of the outcome of these investigations. It isn't something that you can ever push under the carpet. You can't.
Chairman, just Minister nominee, the investigation is still ongoing, not conclusive yet on missing Galamsey. Is that what you are suggesting?
No, to the extent that the report has not been published. It's not finished.
So when should we expect the report?
We're doing everything possible to speed up. But a report that just comes to wash things on the surface, we believe won't do any good to the country. We try to have a comprehensive work done so that we can put a stop to this. Every Ghanaian must be concerned about the mess that was going on.
Honorable Minister, are you implying that as we speak, you do not have an idea as to the number of excavators seized, the number that disappeared, and what is being done to retrieve them? You don't have any idea?
Well, I have lots of ideas. I mean, every day, whatever discovery there is, whatever new revelation comes up, of course, it will end up on my desk at the National Security Ministry. So, of course, I do have figures. But to the extent that they are not concluded, I'm unable to give you figures. We still need to do some more investigation.
Then my second question, Honorable Nominee. That was just a follow-up question, a small one. My second question. The task force, as we are told in the budget, was made up of over 400 security personnel mandated to ensure that Galamsey is wiped out from our land. Honorable Minister, can you tell this committee the total expenditure the Ghanaian taxpayer incurred on the activities of this task force?
Okay, clearly, quite a lot of amount would have been spent on this, which is very unfortunate. But I think that the test is whether it was necessary. Given the problem that we wanted to solve, it was necessary that we spend that type of money. And that big effort that was made to stop it once and for all, I think was good and should be repeated if it becomes necessary. You are worried about the fact that today we have not seen complete satisfaction, and therefore the problem has not been satisfactorily resolved. Yes. But do you know what would have happened if there had been no such intervention at all? We probably would have found ourselves in a much, much worse situation than we find it now. So I agree with you. I share your concerns. And I believe we owe it to the people of Ghana to try to solve this particular problem, and not just solve it, to try to address the problems that came with it, with these allegations of equipment cannot be accounted for, and so on and so forth. We will do what deserves to be done, Honourable Member.
Honourable Minister, my question was very specific. The total expenditure incurred on the activities of the task force. You said big money, just the figure.
But, you know, Honourable Chairman, you know, I'm certainly not the right person to be able to give a specific figure on what was spent. I mean, the money would not have been spent from my ministry, and therefore I'm unable to give that. But, like all Ghanaians, I share the concern that, yes, huge amounts of monies must have been spent in the exercise, and that is why I keep referring to it. We must get value for money. We will continue to ensure that that is achieved.
And my last question. Honorable Nominee, as a National Security Minister, I know you have crafted people-centered national security strategy. Can you share with the committee some few highlights of this strategy with emphasis on measures to achieving full security in this COVID era?
Honourable Chairman, you may recall that the last time that I addressed Parliament, I did, in response to a question, mention that we were putting up, upon the specific request of the President, we were putting up a national security strategy, and that when it was ready, we would let Ghanaians know about it, we will launch it. That is exactly what we have done, and Honourable Chairman, the document I'm holding here is the national security strategy that the Honourable Member refers to. It's a matter of pride to us, it being the first time that we're going to have a national security strategy document like this. And in fact, other countries in West Africa are already talking to us to see how they can do something similar. So, Honorable Chairman, you know, ensuring peace, ensuring safety of its people, and also territorial integrity, this is a main objective of every government. And over the years, from the colonial times, through Nkrumah, through the military regimes, every government has done that. Measures to ensure that there is peace, there is safety for the people of the country, and also that we do have territorial integrity. It's been a key objective of any government. And all these governments have done their best. We've not had any real security challenge in this country before. So to that extent, they have all been very, very good in achieving this objective. What is different this time is that all these governments have done this without any documented strategy. The president did announce during the campaign, and therefore became a campaign issue in the run-up to the 2016 elections, that there was the need for a published national security strategy document, and that was a campaign promise. What we do have is in fulfillment of that promise, and once again, it will be inappropriate not to mention the contribution that has been made to this document by former security gurus in this house, in this country, and also by the committee that we had the pleasure of working with. And when I mention his name again, it is not for any hidden motive, but we want to acknowledge the contribution that the ranking member and also the chairman of the committee did give to us, in producing this document. So basically, the document underlines the unique characteristics of the risks and the threats that confront Ghana, and how we plan to respond to those risks and threats. We have identified a role that has to be played by various stakeholders: civil society, academia, the media, and not only that, we have also identified the roles that various ministries and government agencies will play. Honorable Chairman, there's a chapter that deals with the role that we expect
Chairman, just a second.
to also...
Honorable nominee, I believe that you know that a lettered and a halved step is not irregular. A lettered and a halved step is not irregular. Thank you.
Let me just say that, yes, we do have that document, and we will now try to implement the plans that we have captured in the document.
For those who are, you have one. Who else? Because Yabama, you asked a question earlier. All right. Let me start with the honourable member for Ablekuma West. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations on being renominated again for the same position by His Excellency, the President. Just want to start by saying that I first met the nominee when I was in first year in the University of Ghana. That was many years ago. Just want to take us back to the insecurity in the region, with particular reference to what we're doing for our own border security. You alluded in an earlier answer that one of our neighbors started from about 10% infiltration by terrorists and has now gone up to 75, 80%, and it is still growing. You've also alluded to the funding challenges and lack of personnel that we have to deal with some of these security challenges. So my short question is, how safe are we in view of the threats that we face and the challenges that we have to deal with the situation?
Honorable Chairman, what we have observed, our strategy, our plan, is that this problem requires an intelligence-led solution. As a result of which, we're trying to improve our capability to gather intelligence. And I think it is significant that the honorable member is asking this question, because very much part of this help we're getting in trying to improve upon the intelligence gathering using technology is support that we get from the agencies that work under her ministry. We believe, to the extent that we are improving upon this intelligence gathering, we think we are fairly safe. But we must never lose guard. We will continue to work hard to make sure that we are not overtaken by events.
Mr. Chairman, just to follow up on that, and that will be my last question. In the new Security and Intelligence Agencies Act, the name of BNI has changed to NIB, National Intelligence Bureau, I believe, from Bureau of National Intelligence. Was it just a change in nomenclature? What difference should we expect in their output performance? And how will they also assist other agencies to perform? Just to follow up on the answer you just gave.
Honorable Chairman, at a meeting of the National Security Council, the President did make a very strong point that under the security intelligence architecture that we have in the country, specific agencies have specific roles to play. We know what the role of the police service is, what the military is, and we also know what the intelligence agencies should be. He explained that the intelligence agencies are basically responsible for collecting and gathering intelligence, analyzing such intelligence, and giving it to the security agencies to work on, or to government to be able to govern. We had observed when we took over that the Bureau of National Investigations was too much into investigations, work that should properly be done by the CID. And we thought in the process they were not focusing enough on intelligence. As a result, we made some changes, including even the headship of the BNI. We brought somebody in who did the refocusing for us, and today we don't have the NIB only collecting intelligence. We also do have in place a well-trained, good team of analysts who analyze the raw intelligence that is collected for us. So we ended up by saying that now that we have achieved that, let us also change the name. Don't let us call you Bureau of National Investigations. We want to call you the National Investigations Bureau, and that is why we've come by this. Complete refocusing it is, Honorable Chairman.
Yes, Ayaga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in the morning I had indicated that I will not question nominees whose handing over notes I had not received. But this morning I was given the handing over notes, and it's just one brief document. I've had the past 5 hours to peruse through it, so haven't studied it, and I have a number of questions based on the handover notes, that I want to ask the nominee. The national security strategy that you mentioned as your major project in page 8 of your handing over notes. I don't have a copy of that one, but my question is, to what extent is climate change and environment a critical component of your national security strategy? And will you agree with me that the Galamsey menace, which we have woefully failed to deal with, is a major, colossal national security failure?
Yeah, Honourable Member, Honourable Chairman, yes, it does feature the environmental challenges and related issues do feature in the national security strategy. In fact, we have a whole chapter on what we call environment security, and we have identified agencies that will be responsible for it and the support that we need to give to them to make sure that the ecosystems thrive in a balanced state of natural seasonal renewal in our country. So yes, we've taken that into account in the national security strategy. Environmental degradation is, yes, a major security challenge. And it's not only the plans. Honourable Chairman, at the beginning of the year, we try to identify what the security challenges are at that point in time and what security challenges that we're going to meet in the coming year. Environmental challenges feature strongly in our plans, and we know we have to work on it. Just how we will do it, all these things are summarized in the book, and I can assure the honourable member that yes, we do share his concerns, and we do appreciate that we have a major role to play in trying to correct this.
My follow-up, one of my follow-ups to this main substantive question, and again, I'm back on Galamsey, illegal mining, and environmental degradation. How is it possible that we are unable to hold our security agencies accountable? District Police Command, BNI establishment in the district, sometimes a military contingent in the district. How is it a national district or municipal security council? How is it that we are unable to hold our security establishment on the ground accountable for Galamsey activities? How is it that we are making it a Ministry of Lands problem or a Ministry of Environment problem and not seeing it as a security failure by the security agencies on the ground, given how glaring, mining activity is that they could see and deal with? How is that possible?
Challenges and implications, but it being a security problem in the sense that it was caused by the security agencies, that I'm not very sure of. We have used the security agencies, the intelligence agencies in the fight against Galamsey and the environmental degradation. We knew what they were supposed to do. They knew what they also were supposed to do. It has not worked effectively, and we continue to review it. That is different from not giving them the strategy to go about the work and the command and structure that needed to be in place for them to do the work. I agree with you, like many Ghanaians, we probably will say that in spite of all the efforts, you've not achieved maximum results and benefits from all the efforts that you have made in that area. So we will continue to engage them. You will see where their performances can be improved upon, and we will make sure that we do not disappoint the future generation of this country. That is the end result of not managing this thing properly.
Mr. Chairman, the nominee in his handover notes also mentions the Accra Initiative, and then the National Framework for Preventing and Countering Violent Extremism and Terrorism as two of your major projects, and you provide some details here. And I've read around those two initiatives. And I represent a border constituency, and I'm interested in some details in relation to your achievements in dealing with the terrorist threats along the borders. And in addition to that, when are you advising that our borders should be open to save the economies of border towns?
Mr. Chairman, I've already referred to the National Framework for Preventing and Countering Violent Extremism, Terrorism in Ghana. Quite a bulky document. To try to summarize it will still take quite a lot of time. And I will just commend it to him, to the honorable member. I'm going to give you a copy so that you can study it in some detail. But one significant thing that we make here is that in trying to fight terrorism, we must recognize that these terrorists, they infiltrate into our country and try to convince the local citizens to de-radicalize them, and then they get them to follow them. It is easy to radicalize them when they are in a state of poverty, when they think that they've been neglected by government. So some of the solutions we prescribe here is what we call the soft option. The soft option of providing roads to the people, of providing good drinking water to the people. That way, when the terrorists come to try to brainwash them, they will not be as successful as they will be. Honorable Chairman, there is this video that goes around where a terrorist goes to one of these villages. He's holding a bottle like this full of very, very dirty water, and he says to them, look at the kind of water that you drink. Up there in the south, they will never give this to their dog. And when you look at the video, the people were really impressed. And he probably was right. We must make it impossible for those people along the border areas to be able to say no to such people. And the only way you do it is through what we call the soft options. And that we are trying to do. So when I give you a copy of the book, I'm sure you can see the very, very practical ideas that we have put in that book.
Well, I mean, I do agree with you. At the sub-regional level, we all agree that dealing with the issues of poverty and equity go a long way to minimize the potentials of terrorist threats.
And then, Honorable Chairman, if I can interject again, you also did mention the Accra Initiative. The Accra Initiative became necessary because we realized that the whole of the sub-region, we are under threat. And yet we had a grouping, Mali, those in the Sahel areas, Mali, Chad, Niger, Burkina Faso. They had a grouping, and they were receiving support from the West for them to fight the terrorists. There is another one, the Lake Chad Basin, also had an association, Nigeria, Cameroon, and other, one or two other countries. They also had a similar thing. It was conspicuous that countries such as Benin, such as Burkina, Togo, Cote d'Ivoire, and Ghana, we were operating on our own. And we thought we couldn't be that strong operating on our own. So the president suggested at an ECOWAS meeting that we also should have an association which will plan together the best way of strategizing for the challenges that we face as far as terrorism is concerned. The first meeting was convened by the president in Accra, the presidents of Burkina Faso, of Togo, of Benin, of Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana. They met here and agreed that there should be an institution to be called the Accra Initiative. That is how the Accra Initiative came about. It is therefore an attempt by the countries in the sub-region to find some sort of closer collaboration. And what have we been doing? During the period that is being in place, we have trained our soldiers and our security operatives together. We've had operations involving Cote d'Ivoire, soldiers from Cote d'Ivoire, from Ghana, from Togo, all undertaking one same operation. And I must say that has been very useful. And the offices for the Accra Initiative will be open very soon. In Accra, we will have the office here. We will have people coming from all the other ECOWAS, all the other member countries to be represented. And we think it's a very, very good way of preparing for the terrorist threat.
And last question. Again, from your handing over notes, you have listed comprehensively the projects of the ministry and then agencies that you superintend over. I want to find out, is the Accra Intelligence Traffic Monitoring System under your mandate? I recall that the government spent 737 million Ghana cedis to purchase a system for monitoring traffic in town.
Honorable Chairman, there are two projects, and we need to separate them. There is the Alpha project, which is what the government spent that much money on. In fact, the previous government, the NDC government, spent that much money on and built that very, very useful facility for us that enables us to plant cameras at various places in the fight against crime. It's working very well. The infrastructure is there. In recent times, we have seen that there is another project, Accra Traffic Intelligent Monitoring System, which was going to be administered by the Ministry for Roads and Highways. We have said to them that the infrastructure that you seek to acquire, it is already there. So instead of spending that much money to start it all over again, let us make use of what we have with the Alpha project. I know it's created some controversy and people go around trying to misrepresent the facts, but as far as I'm concerned, we would have wasted money if we put up an infrastructure similar to what we have and which is working so well and which has the capacity to absorb what it is that we want to do.
Yes, Honorable Biama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Minister, congratulations for being nominated again to serve in this very crucial sector and capacity. I'm more interested in cybersecurity. Indeed, the impression I get is that even though various sectors like Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Communications, National Security, we are making every effort to ensure that we have adequate cyber security. We still appear to have some challenges. Sometimes people have access to all sorts of records and all sorts of private numbers, etc. Now, if you speak to some of the agencies, it will appear we may need more collaboration, and some of them even think that we are not investing so much when it comes to cyber security. What's the way forward? Without maybe telling us so much to compromise what you're also doing, what is the way forward in addressing some of these challenges in the cyber security sector?
Madam Chairman, we have a huge program as far as cyber security is concerned, and it dropped on us all of a sudden. Very, very big challenge. We have various agencies, all of which attempted to try to find a solution. But we realized that all of them had challenges in the sense that they didn't have the real expertise that was needed. The President therefore directed, and we agreed with him 100%, that looking around the government machinery, where do we have the best resources and capacity? We realized it was the Ministry of Communications that had it. So we decided to shift the responsibility to the Ministry of Communications. In the process, we were bound to advise all the other agencies to go slowly, while the Ministry of Communication determines for us what is the best course of action for all these agencies. See, there's a lot of procurement involved, Honorable Chairman, and if without us having a proper understanding of the nature of the program. That is why it was necessary to have that unit within the Ministry of Communication, and it is now their responsibility to advise the other agencies on how best to prepare themselves for the challenges that come with cyber.
Your mic. Honorable Minister, so given the scenario that you've given, from your answer, we seem to get the impression that you're waiting on Minister of Communications for us to move forward. How quickly and effectively do we have to address this when you have said that indeed there's a huge problem, a big challenge in that sector?
Well, Honorable Chairman, the beauty of it is that the Minister of Communication and its cyber security unit is already up and running. They're doing wonderful work. They had the expertise already, and they have started with implementation, and things are working very well. So even though we're not doing very well in the other agencies, they are feeding us on a regular basis. And in fact, Honorable Agaga may probably find out that this was the reason why we insisted that the Interministerial Committee of Security Agencies should include the Minister for Communication. So in fact, the Minister for Communication is now a regular feature of the fortnightly meetings of the security ministers, that is Interior, National Security, Defense. She is also very much part of it. So they are already up and running.
Thank you so much. I remember very well during President Kufuor's time, one issue which came up as probably a security threat was youth unemployment. That's how come we ended up with National Youth Employment Authority, all those things, just to address the issue of insecurity arising out of youth unemployment. How far do you think that this is still an issue, and what's the way forward?
It remains an issue, and it remains a very, very big issue. Once you have a system where people come out of the universities and for the next 4 or 5 years, they will not get jobs. They will just be walking around without any money after coming out of the university. Obviously, you have a huge security problem, a huge security challenge. It's been recognized for years, and that is why we have made all sort of efforts to try to get jobs for the youth. People have said some of them are not sustainable, but it was worth doing it. An unemployed graduate, after 4 or 5 years, can only become a security threat. And it's made much worse by the advent of these internet and computers. By the time they come out, all of them are very, very good in the use of the internet and the computers. Therefore, they can use it to undertake all sort of internet fraud. So, youth unemployment, we classify it as a major security challenge, probably as challenging as armed robbery and whatever. And therefore, we urge government or government institutions to try to help solve the problem of unemployment for the youth.
Yes. Put it up.
Most grateful, Chairman, and let me also congratulate the nominee and to say by way of preliminary remarks that the presidency will have to take note of the appropriate rendition of the nominee's name. After all these years, some of these mistakes cannot be accepted, and the nominee will also have to reconcile portions of his current CV with what he submitted to us 4 years ago. Reference can be made to the 26th January 2017 Hansard. It will guide the nominee and for our records for consistency. For example, the year you left UPSA, your CV 4 years ago said 1972, but the current one says 1973. So some of those inconsistencies can be checked on later on. I will proceed with my first question, which is a simple one. The invasion of Parliament, you say it was the decision of a commander who has come under investigation. Can you give us the name of that commander?
Actually, I don't quite remember the name of the commander. I can find it out for you, but I don't have it here. But I thought, Honorable Chairman, I thought you were going to start by recognizing that I'm your father, and that under normal circumstances you should not even sit here and be asking me questions. He's my son.
I can confirm that the nominee has known me since my childhood days, growing up in Dansoman, but the Son of Man must do his job. So the honorable nominee will have to come with me as I focus on 2 deployments that happened under his watch as National Security Minister. The first one was during the registration of voters, which created considerable confusion. Some persons in government said that the deployment had to do with COVID, preventing the importation through our land borders. In my region, the Volta region, others said it was to prevent foreigners, Togolese, Beninois, from coming into Ghana to vote. It appears the defense minister later on put out what he said is the official government position, that it had to do with COVID-19. I hold in my hands now the COVID-19 daily situational report from the Volta Regional Health Directorate. At the time you deployed that COVID-19 operation, the troops, the heavy deployment of troops, which former President Rawlings, by the way, raised concern about, God bless his soul, and many other chiefs in the region, including the Volta caucus in Parliament and the larger NDC caucus in Parliament. We had 28 cases, COVID cases at that time, and 0 deaths. Now we have, as at 9 February, the current SIT-Rep, 292 cases and 13 deaths. And yet the soldiers have vanished. There is no deployment currently in the region. How do you convince some of us who were quite suspicious about that particular deployment that there were other intentions behind the deployment?
Mr. Chairman, I really have to check and find out whether, in fact, the soldiers have deserted the place. But there is something that needs to be explained, and I'm sorry if I spend some time. Give me about 2-3 minutes to explain. Honorable Chairman, 3 things happened at the same time, and it created a lot of confusion on the border with Togo. We sent soldiers there. The main reason why we sent the soldiers there initially was because of this fight against terrorism. We had concentrated on the northern border, close to Burkina Faso. And still when you go there today, we have quite a number of soldiers there. We thought that any infiltration would come through Burkina Faso and into Ghana, and that they will pass through that route. Neighboring countries had done the same thing. Ivory Coast had also strengthened its borders with Burkina Faso, and Benin had done the same thing. 2 things then happened. There was an attack in Benin, and they didn't use that route where they were expecting them to pass and where they had sort of fortified the borders. Then there was another attack in Côte d'Ivoire, and again, the terrorists did not use the border that everybody knew they will use. Armed with this information, we took the decision at the National Security Council that no. It would be wrong to keep troops only at the northern border. They can come through any other place. So please keep troops on all the borders, all the land borders in Ghana. Please get troops there. As a result, we sent troops to the border with Togo, just as we sent troops to the border with Côte d'Ivoire. So that was why we sent them there. At around that time, because of COVID, we had said the borders were shut and we wouldn't allow people to come into Ghana. So they were given another responsibility, make sure that people don't also cross into Ghana. Then in the middle of all this, there was the need for voter registration. And there were soldiers there in their numbers, in a manner that alarmed the caucus, the Volta caucus, and in a manner that alarmed and annoyed the chiefs. And Honorable Chairman, he is right. I was summoned by President Rawlings, who asked me how I could do that. And after I had explained to him, to explain this. And I started talking to some of them. The honorable member, for instance, we explained it to him. We explained it to Honorable Aveji and to other people. And I took it up upon myself to go to meet the Volta Regional House of Chiefs. Indeed, when this problem with the Western Togoland people came, we thought it was Volta region that wanted to secede. But when we went to meet the chiefs, they said no. Our annoyance is because you marginalize us. You do things that is not befitting to our people. An example they quoted was that you signed soldiers there when you knew you were coming to register. Right. But after I explained to them why I needed the soldiers there, because of the threat of the terrorists, they agreed, and since then we've been able to work with them. So that is the challenge that we had there, and I think this is an opportunity to explain to Ghanaians that it had nothing to do with the voter registration. Yes, it has something to do with COVID, but the main reason was trying to make sure that the terrorists don't infiltrate into our country. The honorable member says that the soldiers have disappeared. I need to check on that. I'll be surprised. But I'm not saying he's lying, but I will want to find out if that indeed is the case. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I can assure the nominee that I was in the region over the weekend and leadership.
Chairman, the Minister-Designate has used a very strong word. I'm not saying he's lying. That is not parliamentary. Moreover, when he hasn't provided his counter information, I find the word, I'm not saying he's lying, too strong as a response. If you are saying that you subject what he's saying to your counter, letting us know the truth, we would accept that as more palatable for our purposes. We don't find that word parliamentary enough, Chairman.
I take that. I just wanted to emphasize that I don't think he's giving me false information, but that I don't believe that is the case. So thank you very much for the correction.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can assure the nominee that I'm just from the region, and the kind of deployment we saw in June is there's no such deployment as I speak, for the record, and I'm willing to be taking on this matter. As a follow-up, I said we'll talk about two deployments. The second deployment is what characterized the 2020 elections. Many observer reports have talked about the heavy militarization of our elections. And I have in my hand here the result of that heavy militarization, security invasions of collation centers. 7 Ghanaians lost their lives. Tajuddin Al-Hassan, 39 years old, in Techiman South. Abdallah Ayarik, 18 years old, Techiman South. Emmanuel Dompre, 36 years old, Ododio constituency. Samira Zakaria, 14 years old, Savelugu constituency. Ibrahim Abbas, 30 years old, Ablekuma Central. Rita Otu, 15 years old, Ododio, caught in the melee. 7th casualty, Fuseni Musa, 14 years old, and the people of the Savelugu Rodatu at Far Primary School. And Mr. Chairman, if you allow me, I have their pictures here with the nominee can
what would their pictures do to the question?
The pictures will confirm that these are real young men and women. They are
I'm sure the nominee has the security report, so he will be
there are some who have said that these were armed robbers and all of that.
Member, I have made a statement which has been misreported. If you want a debate on that, we'll do it on another platform. But for now, the minister can answer the question, please.
So,
thank you.
So these lives that have been lost, I'm not aware that investigations have been instituted, that any of these soldiers who shot these unarmed harmless civilians have been interdicted. Are we saying that when elections come upon us, some people have the license to kill, and that impunity can reign in the land, and they will get away with such heinous crime? You are National Security Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, what the Honorable Member did not add was that also during the elections, we had a lot of military presence in the Volta region, and especially in his constituency. The reason being that we had very, very good intelligence that the people of Western Togoland, the activists of the Western Togoland, said they were going to cause some confusion there. So the soldiers were sent there for that purpose. Beyond that, and as he said, yes, we did have some election-related violence of a sort in various places. He mentions Odududu constituency. Yes, Honorable Chairman, on the 8th of December 2020, two persons, Emmanuel Dompre, whose picture he just showed, age 36, and then Taki Buchi, age 16, were shot dead during the counting of ballot papers in Odududu constituency. 6 others also received injuries from the same shooting incidents. Honorable Chairman, action has been taken, as a result of which 5 suspects have been arrested and arraigned before court, charged with murder. They have since been remanded into police custody. I must also add that 32 others have been arrested and they have been charged for causing unlawful damage, and investigations are currently ongoing. It is therefore not right, not true to say that no action has been taken on the shooting incident at Odududu constituency. There was another one, Honorable Chairman, at Techiman South constituency, which happened at the collation center of that constituency. And that again was on the 8th of December 2020, where there was a violent protest by a mob of party activists, which included throwing of stones, firing of gunshots by unknown assailants, which disrupted the collation of the election results at Techiman South constituency. The police needed to do something, and in the police and the other security agencies, and in an attempt to disperse the people who were rioting, the security personnel on duty apparently fired some shots, and these shots resulted in the injuries of 8 male adults, which included Abdullahi Ayarek, 18 years, and Mohammed Tajuddin, age 41. Unfortunately, Mr. Honorable Chairman, the 2 individuals were rushed to the hospital for treatment, but they were pronounced dead on arrival. This is a well-known case in Techiman. It will be absolutely impossible to just push it under the carpet. Investigations are going. Some of these investigations can take time, especially when there's shooting from a mob and a big crowd. You need time to do the investigation. I can assure the honorable member that investigations are going on and all of us are committed. If it's any consolation, I can assure you that anytime I do my briefing, the president demands that I tell him where we have reached with the investigations. That is how important it is to us. Then, again, there was another shooting incident at the entrance of the Odoko police station. Also, the same day, 8th December 2020. This was at the entrance of the Odoko Police Church, which was a designated collation center for Ablikuma Central constituency during the general elections. And the incident was as a result of allegations leveled against an EC official for moving some pink sheets out of the confines of the collation center. This annoyed the mob, and they reacted by throwing stones at the EC officials and the security personnel present. The security personnel tried to bring the situation under control, and in the process, they fired some warning shots. 2 persons were hit and were both rushed to the Kolebu Teaching Hospital for treatment. Abbas Ibrahim was one of the victims, and he was later pronounced dead at the hospital. We are told that the firing must have come probably from a military officer, but he is yet to be identified. Once again, Honorable Chairman, this is such a high-profile case that it cannot be left without being investigated. And I can assure you that investigations are currently going on, and Honorable Member, we are equally concerned that we should get to the root of the matters.
Mr. Chairman, I would want to place on record that the Minority Caucus has video evidence of all these shootings captured by the media, and we will tender it, and I'm sure that it can help the minister in his investigation. So we will tender this, and we want to table it now. Video evidence, you see the soldiers, and we challenge the narrative on Techiman South. They were not throwing stones and shooting at people. They were unarmed, just following the counting. So, Mr. Minister, you may have to take a second look at the report that you have been given. When you watch these videos, you don't see what you have been told and what you have narrated to us. So we'll tender it in. Now, I come to...
What is the purpose of tendering or tabling the video evidence?
It is to present an alternative narrative from what the minister has told this committee. Because I have said, for the record, that that narrative he has been given, particularly on Techiman South, cannot be true. The soldier who they say has not been identified, you will identify him here clearly. Clearly.
Hold on.
He's
Chairman,
known to somebody.
Chairman, probably, if I have Chairman's indulgence, next time probably we should go high-tech, and the IT department of Parliament may be required to play. But knowing the personality Kan-Dapaah, I have no doubt that what the Honorable Ablakwa is doing is to submit what will assist further investigation. So we trust that when you direct that it be referred to him. Because, for instance, with Ododo Diodio, Minister, will encourage you to take particular interest. Probably even those who have been arrested and arraigned before court may not be the real and actual perpetrators of what took place leading to the death of our party agents. So if to the extent that this can help, so give it to Chairman. Because of the person involved, we are simply saying that we have additional information that can assist further investigation, and that we are firm in demanding justice for all those persons who lost their life as a consequence of excess action of the military and the police. So the Chairman will direct you to give it to the minister. This campaign, he should just further his investigation guided by what we have. We will follow through this particular process even as we undertake this. So maybe next time we'll let the IT play for our purposes.
Honourable members, is anybody alleging that the minister was at any of these locations? No. Can I? Is anybody alleging that the minister was one of the persons who alleged to have shot? No. So, if anybody has information that will assist him in his investigation, it is not part of this exercise.
It is ultimate responsibility. He's Minister for National Security. Ultimate responsibility. We are not holding him personally responsible.
Can I listen to everybody? But can I control this meeting? Good. Right. No, the point I'm making is that what we're doing now is considering the nomination of Honorable Kan-Dapaah. If anybody is alleging that he has said something which he claims to have personally witnessed, but which is not true, then you present something to challenge his credibility. What he's giving you is a report. You're saying you have evidence that is different to the report he has. That is, if he is affirmed, it's an open to him or opportunity for him to look at the evidence that has been placed before him. It is not the same thing as saying you are lying and therefore I have a different evidence. I think we should know the difference. And so, yes, that information, if we confirm him, will be useful in verifying or comparing with what is before him. But certainly, it is not useful for the purpose of considering his nomination unless we are alleging that he is personally, unless you are alleging
but
that
Chairman, he was the National Security Minister.
Unless we are alleging that one is lying, or two, that he was one of the people who have perpetrated any of the acts we're complaining about. If not, all we're doing is providing information to counter what information has been given to him in order to prepare work on his investigation.
Chairman, I've heard your guidance, and be assured that since we started, the meeting has been cooperatively and ably regulated by you. So I'll be surprised if you say you've been controlling the meeting. But we have every right to disagree with your reasoning. He is minister responsible for national security, under whose watch elections were conducted. Together with ministers for interior and defense, they came to Parliament, gave us a national task force for elections. Arising out of the elections, lives have been lost. It is assuring listening to him that some actions are being taken, and in particular the president is following. We further assured him that we're also following. So I don't think that we cannot find out from him, safety and security of every Ghanaian. He's a primary person. He is Minister for Defense and Interior. We would demand those questions as part of the accountability process. We are not in any way associating him with it, but we are taxing him, law enforcement, to thoroughly and properly and impartially investigate these matters and punish those persons who may be deemed criminal. That's all we are doing, Chairman, so we shouldn't belabor the matter.
We are talking to the same point. We are agreed on what to do, except that this information, kindly give it to him. He will use it in comparing with his report. It will help in his investigation. That's all. Please proceed.
I'm grateful, Chairman, and Honorable Minister, I would let you have it. I want to revisit the matter of the Accra Intelligent Traffic Management Project. I hold in my hands a report of the Infrastructure Subcommittee of the 2020 Presidential Team, dated December 29, 2020. Under the road subsector, page 19, item numbered 4.6, critical issues for attention of the sector for the next 100 days. The report states, termination of the agreement between the Ministry of Roads and Highways, represented by the Department of Urban Roads and Beijing Everyway Traffic and Lighting Technology Company Limited for the Accra Intelligent Traffic Management Project. A contract was signed in 2018 for the project, and 2 interim certificates have been raised, which are yet to be honored. However, through government policy, a new agreement for the same services was signed between the Government of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of National Security, and Huawei Technologies Company Limited, and China National Import and Export Corporation. This narrative appears quite different from what you told the Honorable Muhammad Yariga. This is signed by the Honorable Rose Minister. And you do know that it's created some diplomatic concerns, especially as you are now going with Huawei, and you know the challenges Huawei is having in Europe and America. As former Foreign Affairs ranking member, I know that this matter is causing quite some consternation. How are you going to clean this matter up? There's looming judgment debt and all of these diplomatic ramifications. The Rules Minister says within 100 days, this must be cleaned up. Your response, Honorable Minister.
Yes, I'm aware of this controversy. I can also point out to you that it is totally untrue that 2 invoices have issued and is it paid or what, outstanding. You only issue an invoice when you would have started the work. They have not done any work whatsoever. That's what they say. I'm telling you that having studied the program, they have not done any work whatsoever. Honorable Member, our position on national security is this, that we are going to spend money to put up the same infrastructure that we have already. I know the concerns from the Ministry of Road and Transport that they should continue to manage the project and put up another infrastructure. I don't see why we should put up another infrastructure when we have it already. Instead, I can use that money to buy additional cameras. We had about 2,000 cameras under the Alpha project when we came. We have recently added some 8,000 or adding some 8,000. The money that they are going to use for the traffic intelligence management system, we can do it for them from the existing infrastructure and then use that money to buy more cameras or other equipment. It's as simple as that. And Honourable Member, I would want you to get more involved with this case and advise us whether what we are saying is not in the best interest of Ghana. I think it is. But I must also admit that I know of the concerns from the civil servants at the Ministry of Roads and Highways.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Honorable Obama.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Congratulations, Minister. Minister, I believe you drive around Accra and parts of the country regularly. And if you drive around North Ridge, Kan-Dapaah, airport traffic lights, Abosokan area, Sukura, you come across a group of young children with elderly women and sometimes elderly men, the street corners of Accra and those parts of the country. Some beg, some knock on your windscreens aggressively and what have you. If you look at some of them are from Nigeria, some Ghanaians, and Malians. It's becoming alarming and scary. What plans do you have to address these challenges together with the Interior Minister, Gender and Social Protection Minister, and the local authorities? Thank you.
We have, in a couple of reports, drawn the attention of the security implications of what you have just described. In addition to that, we have recently asked our critical thinking unit to look at this program and tell us just what is the nature of the program and how best we can solve it. Honorable Chairman, we're talking of these young boys, girls, and their parents. They are all over. When the boys, girls grow to become 8, 10 years, 11 years, 12 years, they don't go to school. So what do they do when they get to that age? Do they get back to Mali, to Niger, where they came from? Or do they have something to try to do in Ghana? And can they be engaged in criminal activities? We're trying to understand the real nature of this, and we do have a study going on by our critical thinking unit to assess the situation for us. But I can agree with the honorable member that is something that we should watch today. Otherwise, we may not want to watch it in future.
Thank you. Chairman, I want to refer the nominee to Act 1030, the Securities and Intelligence Act of 2020, which you pulled through Parliament. Under Section 49D. Let's start from 49A. Threats to national security. A. List of intelligence or sabotage that is against the Republic. B. Foreign influenced activities. C. Activities within or relating to the Republic directed towards serious or violent persons or property. D. That's where I'll be dwelling on. Cybercrime in the nature of Roman 1. Online information theft, identity theft, online predatory crime, cyber terrorism, hacking, and it goes on to Roman 2 on computer access and other domestic or foreign origins, violent extremism. Honorable Minister-Designate, we are in the process of developing a cashless society. Some of our credit cards are rejected by various financial institutions out there. IP addresses are rejected by various internet service providers and websites. It's an issue that I think you must give us the assurance and address us on some of these challenges that I've alluded to. Thank you.
Honorable Chairman, I think he has said it all. This is one area where we really want to be very careful. This is one area where we ourselves have identified that we need to be very, very careful and find good solution to it. As I said, for now, we do have under the Ministry of Communication a very, very competent unit which is trying to address the problems for us. And it's good that the Minister-Designate for Communications is also here, and I want to share this concern with her.
Chairman, last question. The National Security and Communications Enhancement Network Project, that's the Alpha Project. You were fortunate during the last Parliament, I think in 2019, we approved a sum of $200 million. And you came back and we also gave a tax waiver of about $49 million. Can you give us an indication of where we've gotten to with this project? Thank you.
Honorable Chairman, it's always said that whenever there's a crime in these developed countries, within minutes, the police are able to know who did it and exactly where it happened. To a large extent, it is because we are able to use technology in their search for such criminals. The Alpha Project, a project which we inherited when we came, is one of the most effective intelligence projects that we have had in this country. We had about 1,000 to 1,400 cameras when we came, and as I said, from the monies that you mentioned, we're going to add about 8,500. If you can resolve the problem over the traffic intelligent management that he talked about, we will probably be able to add even more cameras. But out of the 8,500 or so cameras that we are expecting under this particular project, today we are about 60-70% complete, and in many of the areas we have the cameras which are working. There are some high-profile murder cases that we've not been able to solve. I always say to myself, if only we had cameras around the area, we would have solved them by now. So it's a very, very important project.
Chairman, if I have your indulgence, just a little follow-up to Honorable Patrick. Minister, in your answer, you have identified the problem, and I'm happy yourself, a former Minister for Communication is here. And I just want to share this. I'll have my bite when we come to Alpha, and I'll respond to some of the issues. Now, in the U.S., as you've said, if the police arrest you, all they need while sitting in their car is to press a knob. Then one, because national ID systems work and data synchronization works. In Ghana, you have silos. The DVLA is having its own data. The NCA is keeping another data. Health Insurance Authority is keeping another data. So I can agree more with you that we need to deploy technology. But technology that synchronizes all this data so that when, and again, for instance, there was a policy blueprint of SIM registration because anonymous crime became very prevalent in the country. Somebody just sends you a text and insults you and then throws away the chip. Now, I think that DVLA, you would have to rope them in, all those who get driver licenses. You have their identity. You tie it to national ID. The NCA shares their data. Then when you deploy that into your Alpha and other technology, where you have broadband, we'll be able to assess the criminal. But to do that, Minister, like you initially noted, you have to deploy fiber across the country. I'm sure you probably, with Professor Okwe, started it. It was further enhanced. But my worry is, it is one thing stating the problem and wanting to solve it. How do you intend to solve this?
Thank you very much. And of course, I agree with you entirely. We probably need to put in place a super highway. We do have the optic fibers scattered all over the country, belonging to different agencies, most of them government institutions. We need to be able to pull all of them together and develop, if you like, a superhighway. And I think I can confirm that the Minister of Communication did submit a proposal to government in the last government, and I think it's some of the plans that they have to implement, a very useful project, and I can only hope that it goes along.
Yes, Mrs. Ofusajarias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations, Honorable Nominee, for your re-nomination. I take you back to Ayawaso, and I take you straight to the government paper on the Emil Short white paper, government white paper on the Emil Short Committee. If you look at page 23, especially at the paragraph numbered 6.4a, government agreed that compensation must be paid to the following people: Mr. Theophilus Sedo, and that is on page 64, recommendation 9.1. James Mohammed Yaro, for the reckless gunshots that they received on that fateful day. The government white paper further agreed that for the loss of property to the owner of car registration number GE 384417, and the registration number 104517, and finally, to a beauty salon owner, Mrs. Shi. Government agreed that compensation should be paid to these people. Can you apprise us where we are on that? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Chairman. As was said earlier, government was unable to accept the report in its entirety, but there were certain areas where they accepted, government accepted to take some actions, including what the honorable member has just said. The difficulty is that the commission did not work out the exact compensation that is to be paid to these people. We are therefore having to go through the system. The government processes of finding out compensation payable under such circumstances can be cumbersome, and that is what they have been doing over all these months. But we accept in principle that it should be paid. It is not something that will be paid from my ministry. It will be paid between the Attorney General and the Ministry of Finance, and like you, I continue to urge them that it is important that if we have accepted responsibility, and we have clearly said so in the white paper, then we should pay these people as well as the owners of the vehicle and also the beauty salon. I can assure you, Madam, that I personally will also follow it up if I go back to the ministry on this matter.
Thank you very much, but we all agree that it's been about 2 years now.
Not quite. It's not been about 2 years. This thing happened, the report itself came 14th March 2019, but it took some time. It took some time for the white paper to be issued. I think the white paper only came on 13th September 2019. So it's not quite 2 years, it's about a year. But a year is still too long, and I agree with you that we should speed it up. I promise we will. I will contact the Attorney General on this matter.
I was saying that it's about 2 years now since the incident happened.
Since the incident happened, yes. But since the order was given.
No, so I'm saying that it's about 2 years now since the injury occurred.
I wouldn't yes. Argue on
and
that.
So I'll be happy if we expedite that one. Okay. Then this issue of rampant use of MPs' names as well as ministers' names to open Facebook pages, and then, please, Facebook pages, and using ministers' name and MPs' name to, please, to ensure that they get money, extort money from unsuspecting people. What is national security doing about this to ensure that our names are not used to dupe unsuspecting people for procuring visas and giving them jobs? This is a national security matter, and I think that the National Security Minister-Designate should try and do something about it. We want to know what you do about it.
Honorable Chairman, we are aware of this problem. If it is any consolation to the honorable member, our own names are used on a daily basis to do that. But again, I'm aware that at the cybersecurity unit under the Ministry of Communications, they are working on it. They are able to help you to stop it immediately if you report it to them. But we need to go beyond that to make it impossible for people, the fraudsters, to do such things. So we agree with you. You work on that.
Honorable Minister, one fallout, or should I say problem associated with that is that however well you try, the numbers which are used, the mobile numbers that are used to defraud people, the telcos have the record, but they will not assist you. They will not assist you trace who is doing that. They will find all kinds of excuses to outwit you. How do we deal with that? The telcos whose system are being used to defraud people, whose system are being used to create names and that. How do we make sure that they assist in investigations?
Honorable Chairman, they have always cited the need for them to protect the privacy of their customers, but on a day-to-day basis, we're fighting with them on this matter, and we're hoping that we can come by a solution sooner or later. We do not entirely disagree with them that they must protect the privacy of their customers. But when it comes to instances where fraud has been perpetrated, we think they should be more accommodating than they have been so far. We are talking to them constantly. When I say we, I'm probably saying the Minister of Communication is talking to them. I do know that they are talking to them on this matter.
Do you think legislation can make a difference?
Food for thought.
Very well. Yes, no, please continue.
Thank you very much. I know why I asked the National Security Minister and not the Minister for Communication, because when I was Minister for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts, I remember a fake account was opened for me. I couldn't get help with the telcos, but I think that the National Security Minister should be able to help in that direction. I know it's very painful. Now we are MPs. You get to hear that people are using your name to take monies to offer jobs which do not exist. So I think that the national security, as a matter of urgency, should take it up. And whatever it takes for you to stop, please do. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Kan-Dapaah, one of your sons here, I want to congratulate you on your nomination as a National Security Minister. I've worked very, very closely with you on several matters, including the Dagon issue. I want to take a lead from your interaction with the Honorable Minority Leader when he said he was warming you up. He made reference to the composition of the National Security Council. Now, some analysts have examined Article 83(1), and they have said that the combination of political heads and service chiefs, the National Security Council, is one that should be reconsidered, and that the service chiefs should rather be technical committee of the National Security Council so that they can advise the political heads. In a matter that comes to voting, for instance, all of them probably have one vote, and the decision more or less would have to be advisory from the service chiefs. What would you say about the composition? I think it's repeated in the Act 526 and also at the new Security and Intelligence Act 1030 in Section 1. Do you agree with the analysis?
Mr. Chairman, under the new Act, we think we have something that offers the clarity that we had always sought for. There will now be a Ministerial Security Coordinating Committee, which will have only the political heads. Minister for National Security, Minister for Defense, Minister for Interior, Minister for Communications, Minister for Finance. We will form what we call the Ministerial Security Coordinating Committee. In addition to this, we have the Joint Intelligence Committee, which is made up only of the technical people, the CDS, the IGP, the Director of Defense Intelligence, the NIB, the RD, and so on and so forth. They also have a similar committee. They both are subcommittees of the National Security Council, and all of us team up to go and constitute the National Security Council. I think with this arrangement where we have a separate meeting for the ministers coordinating meeting, committee for the ministers, I think it provides the clarity that had always been advised.
Very well. Yes, Suhini.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Maybe I'll also start with follow-ups. First one, follow-ups to some answers that were given. I'm surprised you don't know what follow-ups means. So, the Honorable Minister, in response to a question that was put to him earlier, in relation to the contract between Beijing Everyway Limited that was eventually replaced with another company, suggested that no work was done. As a follow-up, Mr. Chairman, the records show that in February, in fact 21st February 2019, the President cut sword for that particular project. I want to find out from the nominee, based on his knowledge of project management, is it possible for no work to be done before sword cutting takes place?
Honorable Chairman, I insist that from all that I know about it, and I do know about this particular issue, I still believe that no work has ever been done.
Well, because I can't follow up more than once, I'll move on to my next follow-up, which has to do with another question that you answered initially from the, I think, the leader of our side, in relation to the Auditor General. I came across a paper you delivered on 15th April 2015, entitled Accountability and Corruption in Public Sector. It was a speech delivered at the 36th Management Day celebration of the University of Ghana Business School. I'm sure you recall. Now, in this paper, you made a number of interesting observations. Observations that led to conclusions or recommendations to strengthen accountability and transparency in public financing. I'll just go through a few. Recommendations 2. You stated that the provisions of the Audit Service Act 2000, Act 584, with regard to the budgetary estimates of the service, which stipulates that in respect of the audit service, the estimates they submit, quote, shall be laid before Parliament without revision, but with any recommendations that the government may have on them, unquote, should be strictly enforced. You also, recommendation 8 says the Auditor General and the Public Accounts Committee should both put in place mechanisms to monitor and follow up on audit recommendations. 10 says sanctions must be used to punish all those cited in the reports of the Auditor General and the Public Accounts Committee as having committed various acts of financial discipline. Maybe the final one, which for me is very interesting, especially relevant to the answer that you gave earlier. It says the Auditor General must assert his independence and continue to improve the quality of work. The Auditor General, that was your recommendation, in fact, your conclusion. The Auditor General must assert his independence and continue to improve the quality of work. Now, in relation to the answers you gave earlier, how do you reconcile those with the need or your position that the Auditor General must assert his independence, especially in the times that we are in, where the Auditor General seems to be at loggerheads with some appointing authorities?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Auditor General hasn't got any problem with government. The government has no problem with him. There is a fundamental issue on this issue of independence. Honorable Chairman, if ever there is a qualification that an auditor needs, it is independence. You cannot audit somebody when you are not independent. In fact, we say in the auditing textbooks that you cannot get your wife to audit you. There's no way she can do an effective work. So independence for the Auditor General is very, very important. It's very, very crucial. The problem that we have, and it's not government, we the professional accountants, the professional auditors, what we have with the Auditor General is whether the independence is personal to him, the Auditor General, or it is to the audit service. No Auditor General has given it the interpretation that it is a personal independence. They've always operated on the basis that it is independence for the audit service. If it's personal to him, then the Deputy Auditor General cannot also enjoy independence. This is where the confusion has come from. But the Auditor General is my friend. When he used to work for the World Bank, he was always in Zimbabwe. He was always taking me to Zimbabwe as a resource person to talk on these matters. So I know he's sincere in what he's saying when he says it should be personal. I totally disagree. And I think the majority of accountants and auditors disagree that it is not something that is personal to him as the Auditor General. Because he goes on from there to say that, yes, there is the audit service regulations, which says there is a board, which board must do this. He said, no, nobody can touch me. The board cannot touch me. I'm independent. And my independence is derived from the Constitution. So he's not being, I would say he's not being sincere. He's being sincere, but I disagree with him totally on the interpretation that he gives to the independence of the Auditor General.
All right. Maybe it's a discussion we can.
Yes, we can. It's an interesting discussion we can carry.
But before your nomination, maybe to my substantive question now, first one. Before your nomination and after your nomination, a number of security analysts, or call them security commentators, have stated their opinion to the effect that they do not think you deserve the renomination. One, Adib Sani, Adam Bona, Patrick, and others. I have all the statements that they have all issued. Some described you as inefficient, incompetent, not fit for the national security appointment. Others, use other captions to suggest that you should not hold that position. They gave reasons bordering on increased militarization of internal security, the happenings in Ayawaso West Wuogon, and other well-known indiscretions, Ghana's poor performance on the World Press Freedom Index, for example, the murder of Ahmed Swaleh, and the bizarre way he was murdered, and also the torture of some Ghana web journalists, what's the name? Ajafo, the editor of the Ghana web, and others. What do you have to say? Despite all of this, what do you have to say in defense of your renomination in the face of all of these observations?
Honorable Chairman, the beauty of the democracy that we have is that people are entitled to their views, and who am I to disagree with them? But with all due respect, all the names that you mentioned, they say they are security experts. Ask within the security community, what makes them experts? Honorable Chairman, somebody has today written, none of the security experts. The security experts are known as Honorable Agalga. He will just give you the names of security experts in Ghana and ask him whether these are part of it. One of the people you are talking, Honorable Chairman, has today published that Kan-Dapaah should not be given the nod. He has not been able to solve the kidnapping and murder of the three kidnapped in the Intercrady. How unfair. You should know, Honorable Chairman, how we managed to get the people who did it. They've gone through the court process. And on March 15th or March 5th, judgment is going to be given. What else can we do? We know the people who committed the crime. We've been able to apprehend them. They've gone through a court system. The court is going to give a judgment on the 5th. I don't know what way it will go, but of course I followed the proceedings while it was in court, and I have my own thinking of how it will go. Why don't you wait for the judgment to come before you make such a conclusion? I mean, to say that Kan-Dapaah should not be made a minister for security because of what happened at Takoradi with the murder of the girls, that is going too far. Right. Some of them also come up with stories that say he's been at that position for so many years. He's not been able to produce a national security strategy. Senior, we have it. So the sort of things that they write, and I give you an advice. In the work that we do, you must not always scare the critics. Criticism is the unpaid consultancy, the consultancy that you don't pay for. So let's accept it. In the quiet of your bedroom, read it. If it is useful, take it. If it is not useful, you don't take it. All the things that they've written about me, it's neither here nor there. Some also write to say that he's taking the fear out of national security. Oh my God, is this a crime? He's taking the fear out of national security.
Chairman, maybe to be fair, I listed a number of them.
Yes.
Increase Ayawaso, increased militarization of internal security, indiscretions, Ghana's poor performance on the World Press Freedom Index. These, for me, seem more substantive than those you are speaking to.
Ghana's performance on the World Press Freedom, all of it attributable to the national security?
No, the bizarre murder that hasn't been solved of Ahmed Saleh, the torture of journalists, journalists by the national security.
Honorable Chairman, all high-profile cases that have happened in the past 4 years, we've been able to resolve it. And I think every credit must go to the Ghana police. The only one we've not been able to solve is Swale. And to me, it is a personal challenge. We're doing everything possible to make sure we can find out just what happened. I am as concerned as you are, except that I cannot just cook something up and say that he is the person who did it, when in fact that is not the case. But then take that one aside and talk of any other high-profile case. You will find that the police service of Ghana deserves some commendation for the efficient manner that they are able to handle most of these things. But you see, it's so easy for somebody to take a pen, paper, and write all the things that he wants to write. So, with all due respect, I believe that my performances, some also don't like my style. Sure. I'm always conscious of the fact that it is my duty to ensure cohesion in the country. Don't do anything that will make any political party jittery, annoyed, and worried. You can create a big problem for the country if you did that. You need to be able to talk to both sides. When they see me talking to Honorable Agarga, they say, hey, there's a problem. When they don't see me talking to somebody else, they say it's a problem. I'm conscious of whatever I do. And fortunately for me, on a daily basis, at most every 2 days, I sit down with my employer to go through all the things that I'm doing. He reviews everything that I'm doing. I believe when he believes that I'm not the right person to protect him, to protect his government, to protect the country, he will have no difficulty making a decision for himself.
All right, Mr. Chairman, to my second issue, it's maybe a follow-up from
the honorable colleague from Gushegu.
Honorable, can you go on with your own questions? You've done 2 follow-ups already.
Yeah, it's a question. It's a substantive question. You can count it as question number.
Very well.
I don't mind, yes. But I'm just saying that it is going to be a follow-up from the question he asked. I'm not counting it as a follow-up 3 or 2. Because I'm quoting from Article 83(1) of the 1992 Constitution. It says there shall be a National Security Council which shall consist of the President, the Vice President, the Ministers for the time being holding the portfolios of Foreign Affairs, Defense, Interior, and Finance, and such other ministers as the President may determine. That's where my interest is, and such other ministers as the President may determine. Now, we have the National Security Council Act 1030. I'm just thinking, and you may educate me, is it possible for the National Security Council, perhaps in the future, to exist based on provisions of Article 83 without the Minister of National Security being part of it? Because clearly, the constitutional creation of the National Security Council does not mandate that the National Security Minister be part of the National Security Council. You may want to educate me. And maybe whilst at that, there has been an issue relating to why the Director General for the Narcotics Control Commission was not also made part of the National Security Council under the Act 1030.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think the Minister for National Security obviously has to be a member. I did not think there was going to be a Minister for National Security. So you find that a minister was to be nominated to be in charge of that ministry, and it normally used to be the Minister for the Interior. This is the first time that we are formally creating that Ministry of National Security. When we came up with the new law, the Security and Intelligence Agencies Act, we had wanted to include the Minister for National Security as a member of the National Security Council, but it was realized that no, it's a constitutional provision and you cannot use an act to change it. So in future, when we are reviewing the Constitution, we probably may want to have a look at it and see whether the Minister for National Security can be a member. For now, it's okay because the Constitution also gives the President the right to nominate other persons to be there, and that is what is happening now.
What about Act 1030? The Director General of Narcotics Control Commission.
Yes, the Director General of the Narcotics is also more of an intelligence agency. Yes, they also do a lot of investigation. But the NACOP, IOCO, the Financial Intelligence Commission, I believe these are institutions that should be part of the National Security Council and therefore the National Security Ministry. But in practice, you have to measure how you do these things. Otherwise, it will be seen as an attempt to build an empire for yourself.
So do you consider it an oversight that all these agencies that you have mentioned had their, if you like, bosses being part of the national... What's happening? How many have you counted so far? Unbelievable.
Honorable Neilante.
TV. So some of these things you don't make those claims. I mean, I haven't asked 7 questions. This is about my 4th question. So I was asking in relation to Mr. Chairman, sometimes I get very envious of how patient you are with other, In fact, I was just telling my chief whip when we're outside, how you were very patient with my big sister, Honorable Zuera, that I wish you were that patient with me also.
I have been very patient with you today.
Oh,
very,
wow.
very. Yes.
Wow. Then I should even count myself.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, but let me just finish on that.
Can I? You know, we've been here, we said we'll give ourselves how many hours? Now we've been here about 9 hours now. I think it's way beyond what is possible. Yes, so kindly let's move on. Yes, Honorable Nilante.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And first, I want to crave your indulgence for some laxity. Some laxity because the honorable nominee specifically mentioned my constituency, and as such, I will ask him that maybe in the case of Odododio, or how what has been expressed by Sami Okujeto, possibly lack of conclusive intelligence may have formed the opinion on the incidents that happened in Odododio. And as such, I will ask him that, judging from the past knowledge and perceptions I have about him, I wish he doesn't disappoint me by getting close to find out what really happened in Odododio. Because the intelligence report you have received about what happened in Odododio is not factual and it's not the truth. So that is my first comment on that issue. First, let me go straight to Ayawaso West Wuogon. In the white paper, section 6.3, government was unable to accept the conclusions of the May-Short report on the attack of a member of parliament, Honorable Sam Nate George, just on the basis of provocation. I want to ask you, knowing who you Kan-Dapaah is, do you think that parliament, or any Ghanaian for that matter, should be assaulted on the basis of provocation by anybody? And if you don't accept, what do you think should be done in this situation on the abuse of the privileges of the member of parliament?
Honorable Chairman, let me just say that this is a very difficult one for me because Honorable Sam George is my nephew, and obviously I'm very close to him. You know, we are not related, but I see him as my nephew, and I know he has that much respect for me. But a white paper has been issued by government. It will obviously be wrong for me as a member of that government to be expressing other views about it. So that I don't comment on the inquiry that you have made.
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up on the same issue. Mr. Minister for National Security, white paper has been issued. In the conclusion of the white paper, I believe you were consulted.
Yes.
Did you in any way advise government to say that in this particular instance, I think that this conclusion is not right?
So again, you are asking me to tell you about discussions that we had as a team, as members of government. I mean, obviously I cannot do that.
Let me go to my second question. There is this perception out there that anybody in this country now who, as we say, tells truth to authority is hounded and possibly persecuted. And belief is that certain two incidents come to memory: the Bentua coup plot and then the WhatsApp coup plot.
Sorry,
These what? What is termed the Bentua coup plot, involving Dr. I've forgotten the name. Is it Dr. Buckle or something? And then the WhatsApp coup plot involving the police officer. Please, I'm not commenting on the issue of the. I'm not. I'm saying that this has created perception in people that anybody who tells truth to government is persecuted. Are we sure we are not creating a culture of silence in the society?
Honorable Chairman, this is a matter that is currently in court. I think it will be inappropriate for us to be discussing it. But as far as the police and the Attorney General are concerned, there was a basis for them to be charged, and that is why they have charged them. Can we please wait for the court to decide on this? Please don't let us see it as an attempt to silence critics. If that becomes the order of the day, it will be very, very bad for this country. And I don't think that is what is happening.
My last question. Human security, and you use a very nice catchphrase, soft solution. Poverty eradication, lack of social infrastructure, and as you mentioned, unemployment have become some of the attributable social problems that lead to national security abuses and possibly domestic terrorism. What has been the relationship between your office in the past 4 years with Minister of Employment, Labor Relations, Minister of Finance, and other linked ministries in minimizing the effect of such issues on society?
We've done quite some work, and we've gotten to the point where we think we're going to get the necessary budgetary allocation to be able to put some of these ideas into practice. It's a very, very important part of the solution, providing these soft options in those areas where people are likely to be radicalized. We've gone very far, worked with the various ministries, and I think we've gotten to the point where we will get a good budgetary allocation for us to implement it. Already, we're doing some of the things. The Army on their own have been doing some work for the people, giving them boreholes, clearing routes for them. They're doing it on their own from their own budget resources. But as I said, we now are going to have a specific budgetary allocation to be able to do that.
Very well. Yes.
Chairman, I'm grateful. Let me join earlier members to also commend the nominee. My interest to start with has to do with sub-regional security concerns and then border disputes. The existence of the Ghana Boundary Commission, which the nominee knows its mandate fully described, has some relationship or should have a relationship with your outfit. Would the nominee be kind enough to apprise this committee for the past 4 years or thereabout, what has been the relationship and what do you think should be improved upon? Thank you.
The Ghana Boundary Commission has only just been reconstituted formally, and we've only just appointed a Director General. So work has actually only just started. But within the very short period, they have done quite some interesting assignments. They've recently come from the Ghana-Togo border. Next week, they're going to do some work on the Ghana-Ivory Coast border. We have borders, we share borders with these countries, and it is important that both countries are aware of exactly where the borders are. That has not always been the case, because we have people living close to the border, say in Cote d'Ivoire, who believe the border should rather be further into Ghana and vice versa. It's created a whole lot of confusion. There's a place called Dollar Power up north, which, as we speak, has engaged in some border disputes with Cote d'Ivoire in a manner that can be frightening. So we do have a lot of confidence in the Ghana Boundary Commission, and yes, we have absorbed them into the National Security Ministry to give them the push that they need to establish themselves.
Chairman, I feel proud as a Ghanaian following the success we chalked as a country relative the ITLOS case. What has been the lessons over the years? And in the face of possible threats that are lingering, what should be our posture as a country going forward?
We have stated it, that don't let the problem come before we try to solve it. Let us go in there, let us find where the boundary should be, let us agree among ourselves so that the problems don't even arise in the first place. If there is, say, an oil find here, it should be clear to both sides that it's either in Ghana or in Cote d'Ivoire or in Togo or in wherever else, waiting for the problem to come. The problem comes when there is, say, a major discovery. And then this country will say, no, it's for me. This one says, yes, it's for me. We find in somewhere around Bole that there is significant gold find there. Today, the Ivorians say it is for them. Ghanaians say it is for us. We need to be able to avoid this. So let us establish the correct boundaries before such problems arise.
Honorable nominee, would you be kind enough to tell this committee the extent or level of coordination among sub-regional security ministers and what has been the strategy, and going forward, what do you envisage to do better?
I think I commented on that earlier. I said that the president found that in the Sahel area, they did have an association. They were working together to fight the terrorists. If you come to the Lake Chad area, they also have a similar association, Nigeria, Cameroon, and they are also working to protect their countries. Left out in all these were the countries around Burkina Faso, notably Benin, Burkina Faso itself, Togo, Cote d'Ivoire, and Ghana. The president then decided that let us also, in this sub-region, and these countries that I've mentioned, let's also come together and let's see how we can work closely with each other to fight the terrorists if they do come and attack us. The president said, we are an English-speaking country. We are surrounded with French-speaking countries. The way the French military operates, and therefore the French-speaking countries, the way their soldiers operate, is different from the way the Ghana, as an English-speaking country, our soldiers operate. If we are going to be able to help each other in the event of an attack from outside, our soldiers must know how to fight with soldiers from the neighboring countries. Today, we engage in joint operations for them to know each other. Again, Honorable Chairman, there was a time that, say, the intelligence head of Ghana will not know the name of the intelligence head in Cote d'Ivoire, will not know the name of the intelligence head in Togo and in the other neighboring countries. In the midst of transnational crimes, that was a very serious position, because we need to be able to get our neighbors to help us in fighting some of these crimes. With the Accra initiative, which has been put in place by the president, and that is why it has the name Accra Initiative, headquartered in Accra, we now have security heads and intelligence heads who know themselves in West Africa, because they're talking to each other, they are sharing intelligence on a daily basis, and not only do they know themselves, in fact, they know the first names of the wives of their colleagues in all these countries. To me, that's a very, very significant achievement.
Honorable nominee, what is the synergy between our national security strategy and our foreign policy as a country?
We try to make sure that there is the proper synergy at all times. In fact, we are now even suggesting that officers in the foreign service, in the diplomatic community, should also benefit from the training courses that we offer, so that they also obtain some expertise in intelligence, for instance. And we are also encouraging our intelligence operatives to also learn about diplomacy so that they can also understand diplomacy. We believe intelligence and diplomacy go together, and therefore the good intelligence officer must not only be knowledgeable in intelligence gathering and analysis, he must also be good in diplomacy and vice versa.
Honorable nominee, you've commented quite extensively about by-elections, and I think the focus was on the Ayawaso. Would you say that it would have been more inclusive if, as a country, we had at least looked at the past 10 years or decade by-elections that have been held in this country? Because you agree with me that there have been previous by-elections that have been probably more bloody or violent compared to that of Ayawaso. But we seem to be focusing on the recent one. What is your opinion about that?
Minister, you are free to answer it, but I know that in your answer you had made references to Cherponi, Talensi, and others to provide some historical basis, but you are free to answer him as to whether which was more violent than other. Is for you to answer, sir.
But I think the point I try to make, and which I will want to reiterate, is that after those incidents in those places, Ghanaians had come to expect that violence associated with by-elections was something of the past, would never happen again. Therefore, when we heard of concerns being expressed in the social media with the chairman of the NDC going on air to say that there is so much violence, we are not going to take part in the elections again, that was indeed a very worrisome situation. And I said that it was appropriate that the president should have been that much concerned as to set up this commission. So let's hope that we won't see any such thing. Can I confide, or can I tell you something? Getting into the last election, my greatest fear was what will be the role of the vigilante groups. Will they cause confusion in spite of the laws that we had passed? My relief is that there was no such thing during the last election. So probably we're getting somewhere. And, you know, with these vigilantes, we need to be very careful. It is wrong to call them NDC vigilante group or NPP vigilante groups, because if I go to a so-called NDC vigilante group to ask for them to come and work for me for an NPP operation, they will come. Oh, yes. These are people who have organized themselves for their own commercial purposes. And we shouldn't allow them to create that much confusion in the system.
Honorable nominee, your concerns about the environment is spot on. I mean, matters relating to sun winning, pollution of water bodies, illegal mining, and the likes. It is definite, and it is also a fact, that the current government has taken some defined actions against these environmental degradation activities. What, in your assessment, has been the high points as in success of it? And then what are the areas that you think we have to review as a country in our march to achieve the ultimate goal?
To tell you the truth, I wouldn't want to venture and come out with any specific answer now. From where I sit, I had been reviewing the performances that we were making with the anti-Galamsey programs. At some point in time, I was very, very happy with myself with regard to the improvement that we were making. Then all of a sudden, I started seeing some challenges, and it got into the point where, like many Ghanaians, I'm also asking myself whether we have not lost track. I do know that we have some teams who are thinking through the program and trying to come up with some solutions that we think can be sustainable and can really address the issue. I did say earlier that it's a fairly complex thing, but it is a problem that we need to solve. We cannot live with it. It won't be fair to the unborn generation if we do not find a solution to it. And on a bipartisan basis, let us, and probably Parliament should get more involved in this, let us find a solution that will be acceptable. It may be unpalatable, but if it is supported by both parties, what is it that we cannot do?
Honorable Nominee, you recently undertook some border operations, and your critics describe them as being politically motivated. Can you bring this committee up to speed? Is answer?
So, answer it.
Appointments Committee begins vetting of ministerial nominees.
Second floor of proposed 15-floor cast towers cave in.
And 20 United Nations peacekeepers wounded in an attack in Mali. Hello, good evening, and welcome to the major news bulletin here on GBC News with me, Evans Champon.
And I'm Winifred from Jonathan and Tim Dakon will translate the news in sign language.
We must apologize for the late start of the news.
Viewers may continue to watch the vetting on GTV.
Now, the Appointments Committee of Parliament on Wednesday started vetting nominees for ministerial positions for the President's second term as required by Article 93, Clause 2 of the 1992 Constitution.
The first to appear before the committee was the nominee for the Health Ministry, Mr. Kwekwaji Menu. Many describe his position as the busiest
of policymakers like me can be dangerous. When the intelligence is gathered, you need real experts to try to put meaning to that intelligence. Something that I think we lacked in the past, but today we do have professionals who work on a 24-hour basis to try to get us the right interpretation that we should put to all the intelligence that we have gathered. Honorable Chairman, today it will be rare for somebody to hear that he's been arrested by the BNI and locked up, unless it's related to something like, say, coup d'etat sort of thing. Otherwise, they will immediately transfer such people to the CID for the CID to take the necessary action. The BNI doesn't exist to undertake such investigations. Where do you draw the line between investigations that can be taken by the BNI and investigations that must be taken by the CID? Probably a very thin line, but to us it's very, very important that we do not get the intelligence agencies to over-involve themselves in investigations. So quite some changes have been made in those areas, and we think we now do have an architecture that can take us into the future. As we say, that at the end of the government of Nana Akufo-Addo, let us be able to count as one of our legacies the security situation that we will live. And we're working very hard on that. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, you confirm our national security strategy. I think you showed a document.
Yes.
Now, are you able to tell us the trust of the principles inherent there that we are relying on as a country? Maybe not all, just a summary of it.
Yeah. He summarized that.
It's a bulky document.
Yes.
And I can only say that it's based on...
Chairman, I said you have already stated
Okay,
that, so
okay,
we'll skip it.
Okay.
Yes.
Last one. Chairman, nominee should be aware, or I should say may be aware, of the existence of Act 1040, which was passed by Parliament, establishing the Bureau of Signal Intelligence Agency. What, in your candid opinion, has been the contribution of this act to our security architecture as a country?
The BNC, as it used to be called, and now the new name that we've given to it, exists to provide us with the necessary technological support to do the work that we have been doing. These days, they are not very much into cyber security, but there are many other technological activities that they do to help us in the work that we do. And they do receive on a daily basis very good technical support from the cybersecurity experts from the Ministry of Communication. They work together. Going forward, we should be able to leverage technology in the work that we do for the intelligence agencies and also for the security agencies. And as I said earlier, we have just established a task force on the digitalization of the national security ministry and the national security operations. We will build that around the new institution that we have created.
I'm grateful, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the nominee in an earlier question when he was asked about the surcharging that was being done by the Auditor General, he expressed concern and was even worried, was encouraging Parliament not to sit, but do something about it. Is that right?
Yes, because there is a Supreme Court law that supports what the Auditor General is doing.
Now, I don't know whether you have your Audit Service Act with you. If you look at Section 11C, Section 11.6, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I read, any head of a public institution or other body subject to auditing by the Auditor General who fails to comply with subsection 5 is liable to be surcharged with the cost of any loss occasioned by defective or deviant internal control of auditing. That's just one. And I'll just go further to 17. And 17 also reads, where it is talking about disallowance and surcharge by Auditor General. the Auditor General shall specify to the appropriate head of department or institution the amount due from any person upon whom he has made a surcharge or disallowed, and the reason for the surcharge or disallowed. And then 18, maybe just to buttress double edge, where it talks about the independent and powers of the Auditor General. Because in the performance of his function under this Act or any other law, the Auditor General, A, shall not be subject to the direction or control of any other person or authority. B, may disallow any item of expenditure which is contrary to the law and surcharge. And then and then it went on. So, Mr. Chairman, this is an act of Parliament, and we have given him the power to do that. And I know you were a very respected member of the Public Account. You chaired it for a number of years. So what is here is simply what the Auditor General is doing.
No. You see, the Auditor General has been given powers to disallow and surcharge. The question is, at what point does he exercise that? Does he exercise that before he has shown his report to the one who engaged him to do the audit? We have Honorable Muntaka and Sons. Like me, probably you are now old. You have a company. Your son is the chief executive. You get an auditor to go and audit him. The auditor finds that your son has used some of the money to buy a new car. Immediately he takes him to court. Won't you query him and say, hey, Madam, I employed you. If you had any such finding, you should have come to me. That is number one. Number two, the public financial management system that we have in Ghana is based on what we call we call the Commonwealth system. And you cannot do it any differently than they do in these countries that follow that public financial management system. In all these countries, the report must go to Parliament for them to accept. And it is said, and I said to you that I've been teaching auditing at a very high level. It is said that the report of the Auditor General is not conclusive until it would have been certified by Parliament. It comes to Parliament, we give it to the Public Accounts Committee to review it, and when they are satisfied, they say that, yes, Auditor General, go ahead and with your disallowance and your surcharge. What he has done now is to take that power from you. And I dare ask, what is the importance of the Public Accounts Committee now?
Well, Chairman, I disagree strongly with you.
Okay.
So if you look at the way sections are even arranged in a bill, where that becomes an act, the things that you want done first comes before the subsequent ones. Because then when you take 17.7, then it just talks, the Auditor General may, with the prior approval of Parliament, revoke any surcharge made under this section. Meaning that the surcharge comes before, if there's the need to revoke, he does it with Parliament approval. So,
you, Honorable Chairman, reconcile this with the democratic society in which we live. That he comes, he punishes you, you are forced to comply with the punishment before you can appeal. One person. And this same person is telling you that the independence that is guaranteed him is personal, such that even the board of the audit service can have no control over him. I'm saying that he's a very, very sincere person. Probably he means well, but in practice, it is not practicable.
Well,
and no other Auditor General in the Republic of Ghana has given the interpretation that he is giving.
Well, whereas maybe I...
Chairman, Minister nominee, just for the record, the Auditor General is not here. You are making assertions as if he was disrespecting a board. We would not have the full details, and therefore...
I think so. I agree with you.
Yes.
I agree with you. Yeah, probably we should discontinue this.
Well, even before maybe we discontinue, I equally disagree with you about the independence. Is it like when you say the president has immunity whilst in office? They say, oh, the immunity is not personal, it is to the office. What are you talking about? Because the independence of the Auditor General, it is in his function. He performing the function. The office itself cannot perform anything. It is he performing it. And like members of parliament sitting here, whatever privileges that you have, it's not to the office. It is to you in person, because you are exercising that function of a member of parliament. So in my view, I strongly believe that he's right. Because if you limit it to only the office, then the person cannot perform. It's only that, I mean, I agree with you. You say that not too many auditor generals in our country have given the law the meaning that he is giving. But remember, for a very long period of time, in my view, and with the greatest respect to all auditor generals, we've not had a very, what do you call it, forceful auditor general like the one that we currently have. So I believe that, well, it's a matter of interpretation, but...
I have lots of respect for him. In fact, he's my personal friend. About 10 days ago, we agreed that we should call a couple of senior accountants for the two of us to meet with them to try to discuss this issue further. I must put on record that I don't believe that there is any insincerity on his part, but I totally disagree with the view that he has.
Well, let me just come to the real national security issues. In your earlier answer to a question, you said you determine, depending on the security situation of individuals, to deploy military officers to either protect them or to be around them. Is that right? And you also said that the impression that is being created that we have too much insecurity is not also right, because you believe that we are very secured.
I think so.
Then these are two inconsistent things, because if I see a number of persons all around moving with military officers following them, and yet you say we are secured, and you say that the only way you deploy the military is when there's insecurity around the person, and we see so many of them moving with people, including holding their bags, then I see that to be inconsistent with your assertion that we are all secured. If we are all secured, we shouldn't be seeing too many of them following individuals.
The rules that we have do not permit any officer, any public servant, any senior member of government to use the military as their bodyguards. Only specified people are qualified to do so, and the Minister of Defense must have given approval to it. And I know that it's very, very difficult for the minister to give such approval unless he's convinced that there is a need for it.
So, and as the Minister for National Security, when you see so many of these around, I know you are colleagues, but I believe that you have a common meeting where you meet and discuss issues. Do you necessarily pick it up with him to find out why you are seeing so many military officers following individuals around?
Well, I don't want to, with all due respect, discuss what the nature of our discussions were, but when I did see on social media this officer carrying the bag of somebody, a lawyer going into court, yes, I did talk to my colleague to find out what had happened, and we were both concerned.
Well, just to move on, Minister, in an earlier question to why the short recommendation on paying compensations has not been done, did I hear you say that they did not make recommendation as to how much was paid, and maybe that's why it is delaying? Is that right?
If they had given us an indication of the amount that is to be paid, I'm sure the process would have been quicker. But they did not tell us how much money is to be paid. If you go through the normal governmental, you need to set up a committee. I want to believe that is what has delayed it. But I did say to the honorable member who first asked the question that I believe we should find a way to speed it up. I don't even know if it has not been paid, but he says it's not been paid. If that is the case, I commit to asking my colleague, the Attorney General, and the Minister of Finance to speed it up.
Well, Minister, I disagree with you, because tell me which commission of inquiry has ever recommended specific amount. They only tell you that pay adequate compensation, and that adequacy will be determined by these agencies. They don't tell you pay X amount or Y amount. So if you say if they had made those recommendations, maybe I need to be educated whether you know of any such commission that have made specific amount recommendation for individuals.
Oh yes, I do, because not long ago I witnessed the payment of similar amounts to a certain town in the Bron region. The committee that worked on it had come up with specific amounts, and the basis of calculation, and all that was left was for the Attorney General and the Minister of Finance to provide the monies. They did provide the money in good time. I came in because I was asked to witness the payment of the money. Honorable member, please be assured that I'll find a way to speed this thing up.
Well, Honorable Minister, I trust you, but I want some specific dates so that if by the grace of God we approve of your nomination, we can hold you to it. So instead of just, I'll assure you it will be paid. By when do you think, if by the grace of God you are approved, you get this paid?
Well, let's say if the calculations have not been completed, if the money has not been paid, and considering that this is money that has been outstanding for more over a year, probably if we give ourselves 2 months, end of March, end of April, it wouldn't be out of place.
Minister, so I will use the upper limit. I will say, let's give you up to the end of May. You'll get this done. Is that an assurance?
I certainly can give my assurance on that.
Thank you.
If they have not already paid.
Yeah, they've not been paid. So thanks for the assurance.
Okay.
Minister, let me bring you back to the fateful day of 7th. You said a commander in an earlier answer, and you said you were grateful that nobody was hurt. Is that right? What I heard?
Yes.
Well, you didn't find out from us. Honorable Roxanne Dafiamakwa was shocked by their what do you call it, the teasers. They used teasers on him, and the Honorable ABA, almost got his limbs broken. He couldn't walk home. So it's not exactly true that some persons did not get hurt. And to also say that in your answer you said the CDS has been asked to investigate this. Is that right?
Yes.
But Honorable Minister, you were a very senior member of this House. I thought that was not very necessary for us in the leadership of the House to be in the know that at least this is happening and the public will be told that this is happening. Until you saying it, none of us has ever heard anything.
Yes, I think it would be appropriate for the CDS in the course of its investigations to contact Parliament.
No, CDS doesn't have hearing in Parliament. It is you.
Well,
the lack of you, the Defense Minister, the Interior Minister, you have hearing in the House.
Let's say that's a very useful advice. We will impress upon him the need for him to involve Parliament in the investigations. Ultimately, the report will come to Parliament anyway. So it's in everybody's interest.
And Chairman, with your indulgence, Minister, if the report is coming to Parliament, we'll be respecting your command structures and unity of command. And the CDS does not walk to Parliament, even with the report. So we need an assurance from you that you will adequately apprise Parliament of whatever findings and whatever consequential decisions you will be taking thereon.
I believe the Minister of Defense will do that, but I will have no difficulty doing that for him. I think it is important that we do the right investigation and that Parliament is assured of exactly what happened. Honorable, I was there, I was in the House that day.
Remember, I came to you straight
yes,
and
yes.
almost
yes.
confronted you. Why are you doing it? You are not aware.
Yes.
I remember
and
that.
Apart from that, I did have some friends, some of my officers who were also watching. This is the first time I'm hearing that somebody got hurt. I would take that also seriously into account.
Honorable Minister, I'm sure your attention has been drawn to our border towns and unapproved routes that people are now using to do cross-border activities. What are you doing to curtail this in our border towns?
We have a special joint operation among the security agencies trying to stop it. But you are right. We do have quite a number of people coming into the country in spite of the fact that the borders are closed. You know, the borders are very, very porous, and whatever you do, they find a way to sneak into the country. Again, it's one area where we should be able to employ technology to assist us. You know, we send these officers to go out there in the night to keep an eye on the various beats. After some time, they lose concentration and people are able to pass. With the right technology, we can even sit in Accra and be able to monitor it more effectively. So that is where we try to go to as the way forward.
Well, Honourable Minister, why are we not considering what we are doing at the airport? It looks like we are facilitating the movements of the bourgeoisies, whilst the ordinary citizens of West Africa are rather being made to suffer, when we could simply put protocol measures, scanning, testing in those border towns, open it, and allow our citizens to be able to cope with the COVID.
I don't think that exactly is the case. They use those unapproved routes not because they are afraid of the testing for COVID or any other such thing. They just use it to engage in some commercial activities. It's more convenient for them to do it, and that is why they do it. But
I mean, this is because the borders are closed.
Yes.
We've closed the borders, so it's like they are trying to find means of operating because they have to leave. So if we could open, just as we open our airports, put in the necessary measures, people come through, test, and all those measures that we put at the airport, so that we can facilitate the movement. Is this something that you think you may consider?
We can consider it, but you know, in practice, it will be a very, very difficult assignment to be able to man all the routes, including the unapproved routes. But I certainly will pass this on to the Immigration Director for him to give me a report as to the practicability of it all.
Well, Mr. Chairman, let me come to the unfortunate incidents of the election. And I'm hearing for the first time again that the minister is telling us that there's some investigations, and now, I mean, my colleague, Honorable Kan-Dapaah, is arguing about the facts that have been given you. My colleague Ablakwa is also giving you that we have a video about the Chima and what have you. I just want to find out, will you consider an independent committee investigating this?
I'm not sure whether we've gotten there. If it does become necessary, we can do it. But I think so far the investigations are going on well. I'm startled to hear from Honorable Ablakwa that he even has a video recording. I will make sure that I work with the police to find out how reliable this video is and how it fits into their own investigations. Please, let's put it this way. we should never allow these incidents to go without proper investigation. It's wrong, it's bad. And nobody can support it.
Mr. Nominee, I perfectly agree with you. You know, you and I have had this conversation. Sometimes we meet at the airport whilst we are waiting for our flight. We talk about this. And the shocking thing is that if they were dispersing crowd, why were they using live bullets?
For the report, it will come. When the report comes, I will also be asking questions similar to the concerns that you have. But for now, I just have to wait for my experts to bring their reports.
Honorable Nominee, Mr. Chairman, the worrying thing is that sometimes we keep saying, oh, there's an investigation, and then you don't hear anything.
No.
You remember the Zongo 7 in Asomasi? When the police said they would do it on their own, we insisted. And I mean, let me thank you. With your help and others, we got an independent committee to do the work. We were able to get the report. To date, the prosecution, nobody is telling us anything. Because once you don't prosecute, which you and I have agreed that once the committee has found that these were not armed robbers and they were wrongfully killed, there should be prosecution. And if you don't do it, that is what is giving others the impudence to use live ammunition, saying that they are using that to disperse crowd. Don't you think that, for example, these kind of infractions, we as people must take it super serious and not just allow it to be investigated forever?
Honourable Member, it's not a question of whether I think. The assurance I can give you is that that case is not dead. It won't be allowed to die just like that.
Okay, let me just
call it a high-profile case. It's one of the high-profile cases that we have. We will get to the bottom of it.
Well, maybe let me take the opportunity to just ask whether you are aware where the prosecution of the police officers who were involved in the Zongo 7 since July 2018. We are almost getting to 3 years. Whether you have any idea where the investigation, the prosecution has gotten to.
I think I do, but I would rather I consult my officers to know exactly what the true correct position is at this point in time.
Earlier you said that when it, with regards to the Ablekuma Central, the shooting incidents, some persons have been arrested and they are in remand. Is that right? Well, is that what you say? Please, can you put them out? I couldn't hear you. The Ablekuma Central.
No. It's rather Ododudo.
So you say you are sure they are in remand?
5 suspects were arrested. They were arraigned before court for murder. They have since been remanded into police custody. 32 others were arrested and they have been charged for causing unlawful damage. Investigations are still ongoing. I suppose they are on bail, but the investigations are still ongoing.
But out of the Ablekuma Central, you don't have an update on that?
Ablekuma Central, I know that Abbas Ibrahim.
Yes, the one where died. Abbas Ibrahim died.
Yes, I know also that investigations are ongoing.
Idea whether some persons have been arrested, are they in custody?
The news I have here don't go that far, unfortunately, but I can find out.
I hope if by the grace of God this House approves of you, you will find it necessary to update us on that.
In actual fact, I still believe as the President's representative, I can find out what exactly is the position of the Ablekuma Central, the Abbas Ibrahim one, and tell you during the week.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, there was this, the I group in March 2019 that were at the Osu Castle. You remember that
Yes,
story?
Yes.
Where are they now?
So like other so-called groups, they were all disbanded and made illegal. under the vigilante law.
But you know that under the Vigilante and Related Offences Act, they were not even mentioned. Their name was not added there.
Well, I need to check on that. I need to check on that.
Mrs. Whereas I agree, you said they've been disbanded. I trust you, but could we imagine how did they get access to the Osukasa? Because you know, the Osukasa was the seat of government, and we still have some ministries there. How did this group got the access to the?
I wouldn't say I don't know how they did it. I've not studied that file for a long time. I may probably not give you the correct details. I will, that I don't comment on it. I've not read that file for a long time, but I do know about that case.
Is it one that you'll be gracious to update me on?
Yeah. When I update myself, I will talk to you about it.
Mr. Chairman, my last question. The journalist Ejafo Abugiri, who was arrested and tortured, according to him, 2 years down the line, nothing has happened. His laptop is still with the, is it then BNI? 2 of his mobile phones and his laptops are still with them. I remember very well when this incident came, the then Information Minister, Kojo Nkrumah, made a pledge to all of us that this matter will never be allowed to die. It will be investigated and the public will be accordingly updated. 2 years, Mr. Minister, do you have any update on this?
I don't, but I should have no difficulty getting an update within the next few hours tomorrow also. I can get an update.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Chair, thank you so much. Honorable Kan-Dapaah, Financial Intelligence Center and IOCO are 2 institutions that perform some investigative functions. But if you look at FIC, it's under the Ministry of Finance. And IOCO is also under the AG. But if you look at their functions, their work comes squarely under you. It's no fault of yours, but would you consider taking steps to get them properly aligned? I raised this matter in 2015, and nothing happened. Would you consider?
Honorable Chairman, we did consider this issue when we were coming up with the new act. But again, it was also recognized that it could be seen as an attempt by the Minister of National Security to build an empire. We need to talk and have comprehensive discussions with the Attorney General in the case of IOCO and with the Minister of Finance with regard to the FIC. We had not done that, and at Akosombo, where we were trying to finalize the document, we felt that let's leave it hanging for now. At an appropriate time, we can revisit. But probably, yes, they may be better off if they were to come under the purview of the Ministry of National Security.
And, Honorable, again, somewhere 2016, when the President Mahama appeared before Parliament, State of the Nation address, he considered that poor supervision at Bank of Ghana had led to people losing their investments. Eventually, 2017, 2018, we saw a full, situation where Ghanaians were losing investment because some of these companies they had invested their monies were nowhere to be found and all that. Without you telling me,
I know that this became a national security threat because people, especially retirees, had their funds there and they could not get them back. Billions were paid out. Otherwise could have been used to construct our roads, improve on infrastructure in our health system and all that. In view of what happened, the cost to the nation in terms of the amount that could have been used to improve on livelihood, and those who even lost their lives thinking that they would never even get their monies back. What steps will you take to ensure that those who set up financial institutions and investment houses are properly investigated, their background checks properly done, so that such a situation as we find ourselves does not occur?
Honorable Chairman, the problem is not so much as to the lack of laws and regulations to ensure that the correct things are done with such schemes. The regulations are there, the laws are there. It is just that public institutions do not ensure that they are complied with. Then we find ourselves in the kind of situation that we did. Going forward, I think we should insist that these supervisory agencies and regulatory agencies do the work that they are supposed to do. And when they don't do it, we must find a mechanism to hold them accountable and responsible and be asked to pay for it. You know, one single indecision by a public officer can cause a lot of damage to so many people and to our economy. So to me, the solution is not coming up with new laws. They are there. Let people do what they are supposed to do under the regulations, under the laws that exist.
But you agree with me that if very proactive steps are not taken, it isn't likely that this will change. And it comes as a cost to the nation and the political class, of which you and I belong, bear the brunt of the people. So you would agree with me that it is important for put laws aside. The laws are there, but in terms of steps to ensure enforcement, else people will continue to set up these funny investment companies and mess people up. I had a petition in my office last week. Retirees from Ghana Health Service. This company's license has not been revoked. They have their monies there. They can't go there. They go to SEC. They say, look, because their license has not been revoked, they cannot pay them, so they should go. The man writes a check, it bounces. Yet the office is there. So I am interested in real steps to deal with this. Else it will happen again and the state would have to pay. People will go on the street and say, if you don't release money, I won't vote.
Yeah,
we can't develop.
Yeah, Honorable Chairman, I totally agree with you. And I think the banking sector reforms that is going on should ensure that people who did not do what they were supposed to do should also be punished. That puts the fear of God in people handling similar issues in future. But yes, you call it some proactive measures to ensure that people do what they do. I agree with you 100%.
Finally, Galamsey and potable water supply. I chair the Ghana Water Board, which you're well aware. And No, I am still, please, we are not one of those affected by, yes, we are not. Oh, no, I'm not a caretaker either. Mr. Chair, I am clear on my mind regarding the law that governs Ghana Water. No, we are not one of those. You get it.
Mr. Minister-Designate, you would agree with me that if this Galamsey issue is not dealt with properly, our water bodies will be gone. What are you putting in place to ensure, from the angle of national security, to ensure that our water bodies don't continue to suffer at the hands of people who engage in illegal mining?
Honorable Chairman, I have conceded that yes, we have put in a lot of efforts to try to stop this Galamsey and to try to save our environment, to save the water bodies and the rivers that we have. That we have not been met with so much success. And still, we need to be able to go ahead and find practical solutions to it, which assignment I believe is ongoing. And I expect that at the end of it, we will find some practical solutions that can stop this. You know, the catch is this. We owe the future generation, the unborn ones, we owe them a duty, we owe them a responsibility. Otherwise, they will come to find a Ghana without water. Is that dangerous? Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I skipped an important question. Honorable Minister-Designate, my two colleagues, Senior Neil Kan-Dapaah and Honorable Okudzeto-Ablakwa, have provided you with some useful information regarding some incidents that took place after the election. Would you consider getting the police to invite them to give witness statement, or to provide them with statement officially for the purpose of investigation? Because giving the tape to you, no, you don't need to be arrested. You are a witness. He disagrees with what you have.
Honorable, the minister knows his work as an investigator, so can I leave that?
Would you consider that?
I have overruled your question, so he won't answer. Once the information has been given to him, he will know how to use it.
I should thank you for the opportunity. Chairman.
Yes, Honorable Ranking Member.
Chairman, thank you very much. I have no doubt in my mind what the capabilities of Honorable Kan-Dapaah is and can be. But, Honorable Minister, the Honorable Ablakwa and the Whip and Honorable Eric Opoku all referred you to shooting incidents. Are you aware that at Kaswa on election day, 2 persons were shot? And will you add that to your investigations?
I'll do that. I wonder why it is not on my briefing notes here, but I'll find out.
Thank you, Minister. In your answer, you were reassuring of our collective quest to seek the ends of justice. But I saw you repeatedly use investigated, investigated. Investigated is not an end in itself. Can we be assured by you that when investigation finds persons culpable, appropriate sanctions will be exacted?
I think one of the greatest challenges, one of the unfortunate things we have in this country is the fear of sanctions. We always shy away from sanctioning people who clearly should be sanctioned. So I believe in sanctions. I believe our system is built in such a way that when people go out of the normal way and commit crimes, they need to be sanctioned. That people repeat these crimes because they know about people who did it and were not sanctioned. Sanctions should become very much part of our system. I support it 100%.
Chairman, not holding this, beyond the killing of Ahmed Swaleh, we've had journalists who have, in their own way, contributed to our democracy and to its social and economic development, like Manasseh Azure and co. complain. Have you engaged the media fraternity to appreciate what their fears are? Because once freedom of expression gets attacked, the frailty of our democracy will become quite eminent.
We do a lot of things, you know, and I can't be specific, but you know, for most of these journalists who come to us to tell us about the threats on their lives and so on, we do provide very, very effective solutions for them, and most of them are happy with it. They wouldn't let you know, but we do have very good relationship with most of them whose lives are threatened.
I appreciate that. Chairman, with respect, I'm holding a copy of the white paper on the report of the Commission of Inquiry into the Ayawaso West Wuogon event, and I'm particularly interested in section 6.3 on individual liabilities, and just want to quote a particular paragraph, and I do so because in that instant, a colleague of ours, Mr. Samuel Nate George, was slapped. But hear what the Commission of Inquiry said in its finding. So I read it, Chairman. I think that the government does not accept the Commission's recommendation that Mohammed Suleimana must be prosecuted for the offense of assault, to wit the slapping of the Honorable Member of Parliament, Mr. Samuel Nate George, on the basis that the Commission at paragraphs 6.1 and 6.2 on page 55 of the report accepted the facts which led to the said assault on the Honorable Member of Parliament, Mr. Samuel Nate George, which facts, and this are my emphasis, support a valid defense of provocation. In any case, defense is not and has never been, and I've read the succinct ruling of Henrietta Mensah Bonsu on this matter, when you say that provocation becomes a defense to assault. Now, I'm raising this not just because of the fact that it's legally untenable, but you see, we don't want to promote a culture where might is right. Probably when Sule slapped Honorable Sam George was very capable of slapping back. But you see, you don't want a jungle society. Give us an assurance that the rule of law will be respected in its all functionality. Under all governments.
Honorable Member, I think I have commented enough on the report and also the white paper. I believe people will continue to have different views, different interpretations, and I think that should be regarded as normal. So if you have a different interpretation, this is what the white paper did say after careful analysis by the government.
Yeah, so it's within my view to say that the white paper was legally misleading. But what I'm interested in is a very important statement you made. 2020, we all together were desirous of fighting vigilantism, instituted a vigilantism law. You didn't find vigilantes undermining the peace. You had state actors of soldiers and police. Give us an assurance that that will never happen. And who do we hold responsible? You see, with vigilantism, it's citizen to citizen. But when you have state functionaries unleash fear resulting in death, that can be more worrying, and that is our concern.
Honorable, I totally disagree. All these issues are the subject of an investigation. The investigation is not finished, and we are drawing conclusions. I think we need to be fair to the security agencies. Let them finish with their investigation. The two of us, and indeed this honorable House,
I
should
leave it
resolve.
there, and I look forward to the findings of your
Thank you very much.
investigation. Now, you know that Dagbang means a lot to me and you and the people of Dagbang, and you know that as much as you take credit rightly for some of the interventions, Yana Abukari is still unhappy that in many instances he's been let down by the state in enforcing even the ruling of the Supreme Court in matters relating to Nantong and Karga, which itself can debase the success President Nana Addo Dankwa have done. What steps are you taking to assure him? You don't want to have a situation where you have a minority leader appoint ministers for a president or DCA. His mandate and authority is sometimes questioned. And he is, and I say this because if you read Professor Kumodo's succinct note, and by far the most brilliant commentary on the Re-Yendi affair, what assurance are you given? I'm not saying you should give all that in the open. Dagbang, Nantong is even recently, I'm told that you were in Patanga with my colleague, the MP for Gushegu area, because of the threat that arose. And he would tell you, even while the late chief was alive, every other time there were attempts at life. What will you do about Bimbila? It's outstanding. Major chieftaincy dispute. There's a Supreme Court ruling on it, just like Dagbang. And I think that beyond Dagbang, you should be looking at Nanong, as they call it. Thank you.
Honorable Chairman, the honorable leader has always had extensive discussions with me on some of these chieftaincy matters, and especially on the Dagbang issue. I'm sure he will agree that it will be inappropriate for me to make certain comments on some of the outstanding issues. But fortunately, he knows what the issues are, I know what the issues are, and we engage ourselves on a regular basis, trying to find a common position to solve a very difficult situation. I will beg that we do not discuss this in the open here.
Chairman, accepted. Now to the armed robberies menace in the country. When you take the Kintampo-Techima Road, heading towards Bole through Sola, noted for armed robbery, and persons normally identified are people with Sahelian background. You have the same situation between Kintampo, Tamale, Techima. What are you doing to safeguard lives on those roads and other areas with the increased threats to personal safety on those roads?
We're doing a lot. I think about a week ago, probably 10 days ago, I did have a meeting with leaders of the group that you referred to. We had very, very useful discussions. We really need to be careful and don't generalize issues. It used to be the perception that if you were a terrorist, then you belong to this group. That if you were a tourist, then you come from a certain area. That generalization doesn't help us any more, and we will rather prefer that we look at them on case-by-case basis. But it is a matter of concern to us that most of the highway robberies, for instance, that we are seeing, the people who do it probably come from a particular group of people. I have difficulty discussing them in the open like this. So some of these people that you refer to, they've lived with us for many, many years, and that had not been their character. So the people who are causing the confusion now, are they people who have infiltrated into our country and are doing that? All these things are the subject of investigations and analysis by my people. I will hesitate to comment on them openly. So, Honorable Chairman, I will that I don't make comments on this delicate issue.
I'm sure the chairman is tolerant of that. And chairman, with your indulgence, threats to our national security beyond cyber may be matters relating to foreign influence activity and terrorism, or matters relating to illegal immigration. These three situations, do you have any in Ghana? Chairman says you should respond with your mic. Minister.
Yeah, I think right observation, we agree, we are aware, we're working on them.
And then, Chairman, about concluding, I see that we ourselves have been here for long. Minister is not as strong at NAPO in terms of age. I want you to talk. But, Minister, just to come to your defense, and the Honorable Ablakwa, I'll give you further briefing, except that, Minister, as he rightly pointed out, the Alpha project was initiated by me at the time in 2009, which saw the building of the NOC, or the National Operations Centers, between the Accra International Center, and it was deployed countrywide. Therefore, you are right in saying that you can buy and make savings. But what the Honorable Ablakwa and others sought to do was that there was a parliamentary decision by your government, which decision occasioned a resolution with named contractors from China. Subsequently, there has been changes, which changes is what we needed to appreciate. But I'll come to your defense, because beyond the National Alpha project, you had the security intelligence, which was done by ZTE and Huawei, and we needed, as you've rightly done, to build synergies and harmony, because for them, I don't want to call the foreign country, they play it safe with those two major industry players. So fair to the minister, I think that if it will occasion cost saving, he can only be erring on the side of caution. What would encourage is for collaboration between you and the Ministry of Road and appropriate information to Parliament that this is how you are handling it for the good of the Ghanaian people and sharing the details thereon. Chairman, in terms of the personality, Kan-Dapaah, we have exacted what we have done. Political accountability. This is the day of your accountability to the Ghanaian people as Minister for National Security. But in terms of relying on your word, I can, and I can rely on your word. And just to encourage you that don't be consumed by partisan politics in that high office. You've never been, but don't let it allow your judgment in those matters, because the security of the state, as you rightly captured it, when I became Minister for Employment, I was forced to declare that unemployment be noted as a national security crisis. There were those who were not particularly happy with me because they didn't appreciate what we walk through daily when the young people, as you said, haven't left universities, don't know what to do. And then, as I have said, you quietly will have to engage the Dagbang state led by Yana Bukari to resolve many of the things that is still making him unhappy and which can drill the progress you have made in that area. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Before we started, he assured me that we would do 2 hours. Now we have done 4 hours, so more than 4 hours. Very well. Well, thank you for enduring us, Honorable Minister for National Security Designate. Now you're discharged.
Honorable Chairman, I'm most grateful.
Hello and welcome to Eye on Port. This program is proudly brought to you by Serene Insurance, Gold Company Limited, the Ghana Port and Harbours Authority, and the Ghana Revenue Authority. Our proud media partner is the Business and Financial Times. In this week's edition of the program, we are looking at how customs is positioning itself for a sustainable supply chain. But before we bring you that particular discussion, customs across the globe marked the World Customs Day, and Ghana's customs was not left out in this celebration, which was also used to reward hard-working customs officials. Here is a report.
The International Customs Day celebration has been marked in Accra by the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority with the support of allied stakeholder institutions and captains of industry. This year's celebration focused on the dedicated, united efforts of customs to progressively emerge from the coronavirus crisis and support businesses by strengthening the global supply chain. The Commissioner of Customs, Colonel Kwadwo Damwa, delivering a speech by the Secretary General of the World Customs Organization, Kunio Mikurea, said the COVID-19 has shown the importance of major innovative and technological concepts that the World Customs Organization has been promoting for years. Thus, customs administrations have been sensitized on the benefits of integration of technologies, and he expressed a commitment to continue to place the various administrations in the position to realize this objective.
In order to address the vulnerability of customs to systemic risks such as pandemics, customs administrations will be called upon to build on the lessons learned and ensure that no one is left behind as we move towards a deeper transformation.
The Director General of the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority, who joined Ghana Customs to mark the occasion, recounted the collaborative efforts GPHA made with the GRA and other stakeholders towards maintaining business sustainability during the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020.
I think the COVID happened at a time that things were even more difficult because we had COVID, and then we also had the deployment of ICOMs. And we needed to combine both and still ensure that even the transitional period of deployment of ICOMs and the challenges we had with COVID would still enable us to ensure business continued uninterrupted.
The president of GIF, Eddie Akron, expressed the freight forwarding fraternity's unwavering support for customs renewal agenda to create resilience for a sustainable supply chain.
If customs has wholeheartedly appropriated it in order to use it to bolster